Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth and final day of Alberta Innovates Leading in Learning Forum. I'm Stacey Brotzel, back with you for the final day. And remember, and you probably don't need this reminder because everyone's been asking such amazing questions, ask questions, pick the minds of some of these brilliant presenters we have today, because it's only going to benefit you and your ecosystem and your environment and wherever you will return to on Monday. This is the final day for the virtual photo booth, so click on the icon and snap a pic, and it will be added to a virtual gallery. And around noon today, so this is important. This is prizes. We have a big draw. It is a 2-night stay at the Residence Inn Calgary Marriott, plus 2 tickets to Inventures 2023. It's a value of $1,500. We're drawing that around noon, and you have to be on the call. You have to be engaged in order to be entered. It's going to be digitally chosen, but you got to be around. You can't simply have just signed up for the conference. So much great information to fuel our creativity and our passions over the last 3 days. And today we look at the important pillar of mindset. Today we think big, bold, and beyond our borders. Albert Einstein said that play is the highest form of research. And at the center of PSIET, what connects them, fun and fellowship. And later we're going to talk about the other F word, failure, not to be paralyzed by it, but how to recognize good failure versus bad failure. Let's kick off this morning with some mindset stories from the trenches. This panel includes a range of perspectives: contract managers, service provider, entrepreneur, and investor. Here is your moderator, Risa John, Director of Fund and Fellowship at Alberta Innovates.
Thanks so much, Stacey. I cannot believe we're on day 4. So you've gone on a journey with us this week. We started off with impact set, tool set, and team set. And I think we've saved the best play set for last, that of mindset, because I really think mindset is what actually drives the other sets. So mindset was really conceived as fostering an entrepreneurial state of mind with both leaders and teams, as well as establishing that collaborative culture of working and navigating together across the ecosystem. Some characteristics of an entrepreneurial mindset, and this is not inclusive of all of them, but it's about applying innovative practices, iterating, testing, adopting innovations, learning from failures, as Stacey said, and adapting as needed. And it keeps going on. And so as we talked about with all of these sets, and I think the beauty of the sets is that you can make them your own and you can expand on that definition of an entrepreneurial mindset. It also considers how entrepreneurs get motivated to want to scale and grow. We've heard the statistics about the success rate. So how do we inspire them? It's about collaborating globally. It's about accessing investments in global markets. As Stacey said, it's about thinking big, bold, and beyond our borders, and inspiring not only ourselves, but our community to think about the possibilities for that epic growth at both an entrepreneurial and an ecosystem level. So I've got a fantastic panel here today. They all wear different hats in the Alberta ecosystem, but their one common thing is that they all display really epic mindsets for growth. So joining me here in the studio today is my impact partner at work. It's Lan Tan, Director of Accelerators for Alberta Innovates. And so Lan often says to me, she goes, going to work is like feeling like a kid in the candy store. And so that's the feeling that she brings to work. That's her mindset. She's all about leveling up the local innovation community with some of the world's leading accelerators. With her 12 years of experience in supporting entrepreneurs, designing and delivering entrepreneurial programs, she's now partnering with our global accelerators to position Alberta on the global stage as a technology leader. Welcome, Lan.
Thank you.
And dialing in virtually, I've got 3 Mindhouse powerhouses. The first is Dr. Terry Rock. He's the president and CEO of Platform Calgary. Terry's previous experience has covered a wide variety of contexts and industries. He was the executive director of the Alberta Small Brewers Association and founding CEO of Calgary Arts Development Authority. He's worked on civic partnerships at the City of Calgary and was an assistant professor in strategy at the University of Calgary. Welcome, Terry. And we also have Al Karim Kimji. He's the CEO and co-founder of Propra. You'll actually be seeing him a little bit later on a video that we'll be playing later. Al Karim brings his years of entrepreneurial and real estate experience that spans over 2 decades, including developing operations and asset management of a mid-scale hotel portfolio and managing his own rental property portfolio. Previously, he worked in management consulting at McKinsey & Company and in private equity. Welcome this morning.
Thanks for having me.
And last but not least, our mindset guru, Christina Milkey. Christina is one of the general partners in Sprout VC. It's launched its second fund that invests in Western Canadian B2B tech startups. As well as being an angel investor herself, an A100 member, she sits on various boards. She spends time supporting the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Edmonton by both mentoring and participating as a chair on the board of advisors with Venture Mentoring Services. She's also participating as a mentor in the Edmonton Women in Finance organization and the Canadian Women in Venture Capital organization. Welcome, Christina. All right, let's get to it. And guys, I've always wanted to do something. It's kind of like those late show hosts do, so I'm going to do it because it's the last day. Got my cards ready here. Get ready for it. Okay, Lan, the first one is coming out to you. First question. So Lan, wearing your Accelerator contract manager hat, how do you use the concept of mindset to inspire the accelerators that you work with to focus on the growth impact for entrepreneurs?
Woo! Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. So I also want to thank our in-house DJ Mintu for revving us up for this last day. So Risa, wouldn't you agree that the Scale Up Gap Accelerator teams that we are working with are one of the most fearless, entrepreneurial, and hardworking people that we have met to date?
And passionate
About what they do, yes. And all of our programs of this Scale Up Gap family, it's new to Alberta, and they're starting from scratch. So we all know that entering a new market is not easy. So my role, in addition to be a contract manager, managing these contracts for accountability, I'm also their extended team member because I'm here to help them support them to ensure success. So fundamentally what we do is that we cultivate first the trust. Trust between each other. And then I truly believe that through trust, everything just works quicker and faster. And we all know that trust is the foundation of innovation. So when we trust each other, we get to ideas quicker, and then we can just share things so much smoother. So that is something that we really do, is to have that mindset that, hey, we're in this together. And we also strongly emphasize on the mindset of collaboration and partnership. It is so important in the whole Scale Up Gap approach is that all the accelerators are in Alberta for a reason. And everybody's here to work towards the ultimate goal that we have set for this program. And each accelerator play their part in achieving these outcomes. And the outcomes are, we have three targets that we go for. Is increasing jobs, increasing new startups, and the third one is job startups.
Revenue.
Okay. And revenue, of course. How can I forget revenue? So we've all this, when we work together, all these folks in there, we all have this entrepreneurial mindset too, and we also look at what else can we do to help startups? Have we done everything to support the startups? And we question that all the time, because after each cohort ends, we do a lot of evidence-based analysis. So Risa and Samira, they work really hard on gathering data, and based on that, we will then say, okay, so we have achieved this. Now what else can we do? And this is that consistent, continuous learning and improvement that we do with all our programs. This is very important in order for us to really maximize with all the accelerators that are in Alberta, is that we really want to make sure that we work into the strength of each accelerator. And this is so good because all of them are very open-minded, and we encourage the open-mindedness of everybody. And we we change things up as we go, as things go, as the need comes. Like for example, now that we have had 2 cohorts already under our belts, we're saying, so what else? And then what we did see is that we know that founders needs to really go abroad. So now we're looking into working with the accelerators to see if we can actually leverage and lean into their global network. So we're going to work on that and see if that we can do that. So in a nutshell, talking, always having the founders in mind on what we can do to improve and help them scale. That is that whole mindset of getting bigger and thinking broader. That is our North Star. And we always strive towards that with the team of accelerators. It is with collaboration, good partnership, trusting partnership, and a creative mindset that we will be able to move the dial together.
Thanks so much, Lan. And what I loved about what you said is, at the very beginning, I said that mindset is kind of the fuel for the other set. And you, I think, illustrated that because you've talked about it being the fuel for impact set, for team set, and tool set. So thanks for that answer. So Terry, over to you now. I love your background there, dialing in, I think, from Platform Calgary. That's awesome. So Terry, you represent actually one of the scale-up gap pre-accelerators, Alberta Catalyzer. So from that service provider perspective, what mindset elements do you feel are critical to drive ecosystem growth?
Thanks, Risa. Well, I think I start from a few days ago in the World Cup. Everybody that was watching the Canadian men's team's hearts really started to go because a minute and 7 seconds into the game, Alphonso Davies scored a goal. Beautiful header. And who passed him the ball? Only the nerdiest of soccer nerds is going to know the answer to that. Or think about Christine Sinclair, the most accomplished goal scorer in soccer history, professional soccer history, or world international soccer history. Who passed her all those balls? No one knows. And so what I think is really interesting is that to be in the position like we're in, you have to confidently be the person, the people, the team that is behind the scenes and maybe not getting recognized for what you do. You have to have that kind of hardworking mindset. And I wore my Platform Calgary flannel today because our team wears this proudly. We talk about how we're the assist leaders. We're trying to set the stage for everyone. You know, we do stuff that other people maybe don't want to do because there's no glory in it, and we love that mentality. We lean into that mentality. And that is really truly, I think, when you're in this kind of role, the most important part, the most important element of mindset is humility. This isn't about us. This is about the people who are building the next economy and ensuring that they have a community that supports them, that the resources are there to support them, that when they get up every day, they know that what they're doing is recognized, and because they are in Calgary, because they're in Alberta, they will go further faster. So that's the starting point, and it truly does, I think, set the stage for everything, because if you start with this humility that it's not about you, then learning is really important. Learning becomes easier. We are all funded by the public, and I have to get up every morning and be able to look Albertans in the eye and be able to say to them, what we're doing is creating a better city, a better province for people today and generations to come. So that's truly, truly important. We, in the case of Alberta Catalyzer, we are a service provider, yes, but truly what Platform Calgary is, and I believe Edmonton Unlimited, our partner in Catalyzer, is ecosystem builders. So we're truly taking, when you decide that the ripple effect of what you do is a stronger ecosystem that is there well beyond whatever we might be doing today, then things like our attitude is collaborate first. So when the opportunity came to to propose this program, it was a situation almost exactly like this. The same camera talking to Catherine Warren at now Edmonton Unlimited and saying, hey, Alberta needs us to put aside whatever differences we have on the hockey rink and work together to support people who are starting out on their journey as founders, and to do whatever we can to bring them as much resources we can muster so that they have the best shot to go into global accelerator programs that are going to take their business further than they could ever have imagined in the past. So first mindset is humility. Second mindset is this is about an ecosystem. Third is about collaboration. And I sort of leave this kind of thinking with not necessarily sort of advice. I think of this more as questions that drive us. So some of the questions that drive us are, how do we move at the speed of trust and make collaboration our province's superpower? Put aside our egos, have humility about what we bring, and make collaboration our superpower. How do we ensure that everyone is welcome? Wherever you start does not determine how far you can go. How do we make resources as easy to access as possible, promoting faster connections between talent, capital, and ideas? One spot right over my shoulder here, Platform Innovation Center in Calgary, can get you anything you need to go further and faster. And then the last part, and I think the most difficult part in a political environment, is how do we ensure we're playing the long game and that we're acting confidently now, investing in people and initiatives that will pay back in 10, 20 years or longer than that. So looking forward to the conversation.
Thanks so much, Terry. And the other thing that kind of resonated with me is, as you were talking, that the word that came to my mind is service, right? A mindset of service to the community. So I love that. All right, Al-Karim, we're going to move on to you. So you might not think so, but we certainly think you've actually crossed the valley of death as an entrepreneur. So from that mindset perspective, what got you across the valley?
Well, so I'm flattered to be here, and I still think we're traversing because every day is, this up and down roller coaster. But I think of three things, and Terry, I like your approach. So I have sort of three mindsets as well. I think the first one is belief, right? Because you're taking this leap. And so what does that belief look like? You're thinking about this idea. You've got to bring together a team. You've got to look at your own team, like your partner or your family. What does that look like? And believing also in oneself. I think the idea of a startup challenges you on a constant basis. And so you become this, insecure overachiever because every day you're picking yourself up and trying again. And so I think the first one is just belief in the idea, believing in the team, believing in yourself that you can do this, even though you're climbing, uphill both ways, wind in your face, and there's snow, especially today, and it's minus 25. So I think that's the first one, belief. And then the second one is, I had written down team effort as I prepared for this, but Terry, I like your word, collaboration. I am constantly surprised by what the ecosystem has to offer. From Platform Calgary's Innovation Week last week, to the Alberta Innovates Scale Up and Growth Program, to even just the selflessness of local VC leaders to participate in programs like this, to bring us together, to make time outside of the program, to help us think through the ideas, to push our thinking so that we can grow these businesses. And I think the last and third mindset would be resilience. How do you constantly learn how to pick yourself up every day? And we joke, because people talk about a roller coaster, we talk about a Ferris wheel here because we know it's going down. We just don't know when and how fast. And we're committed, though, because we're not getting off. And so how do we stay on this journey? And how do we learn together? How do we grow together? And that's really about resilience, to be able to dive back in every day with the same energy or even more energy than the day before. And so I think combined, those things are helping us. But I will share one thing, which was, last week we completed the Plug and Play Expo Day, which was the culmination of Batch 2. And I see also the value of the stacking programs that Alberta Innovates has introduced, that we've been very fortunate to enjoy. And so we've got some great momentum, and it's because of that openness of the ecosystem as well.
Thanks so much. And I think to me, it always brings back the importance of the North Star and what you're trying to achieve, because it's going to be this long, difficult journey. And if you don't have that resilience, you're not going to get there. So thanks for that. So Christina,
Absolutely.
moving on to you. So again, wearing your investor hat, what mindset are you looking for when you're investing in companies?
Thank you for having me. I just first want to congratulate Alberta Innovates for the big, bold steps you guys are taking and bringing in these amazing accelerators. I've been a coach in the GrowthX Accelerator for the last 2 cohorts and having a great time learning lots of stuff myself, but seeing the advancement of the participants in the cohorts is really quite phenomenal as they start to the time they finish and how much they learn. And the impact to them. So congratulations to Alberta Innovates for that. So I like this three thing theme here that Terry has started. So good on you, Terry, for being the leader here. So I'm gonna start with the first thing that's really, I think, what we look for when we're talking to founders who are hoping to get some money from us. And the first one's curiosity. How much do they understand about the customer problem that they're really solving? How much time have they spent talking with their customers, understanding what their real pain points are, and then understanding how to best interact with their customers and their product offering to make sure that they're giving their customers the best user experience that they can offer, and continuing to realize that it's not just a one and done. You get your customer and then that's it, but it's a long-term relationship if you want to keep those customers. So being able to make sure that they are constantly reviewing and analyzing that customer experience as they go on to launch, more product features or different products in their offerings, and that they are listening to the feedback that their customers are giving them. So I'd say that was our first really important one. The second one that we really care a lot about is conviction. And so do the founders of the companies that we're talking to have strong conviction on what they're offering? I mean, it sounds obvious that people should have that conviction, but it's quite something to see the difference between hearing a pitch from a founder who, is looking just to, build a company and they don't have a ton of conviction. They see the dream of making a bunch of money versus a founder who, potentially has lived this problem in their past life, came up with the idea to build a solution to this problem, feels so passionate about what they're solving and how important it is to the world that their company gets on the stage and starts actually getting customers to really make a difference in the world. They believe in it so much, they can speak to it with so much conviction. It's hard for us to ignore when we're listening to them. And we end up getting passionate during those pitches. And when we end up talking about them as partners, when we start making decisions amongst ourselves about whether this is a go or no go for us, we talk about the conviction that they have, but also the conviction that we have in that deal as well. And so to us, that's a very, very important trait that we're looking for. And I'd like to stick to 3 C's, but I can't. I'm going to change letters right now. And the other thing we're looking for is global. We are not looking for deals or founders that, see Canada, which would be the 3rd C, as their marketplace. Canada's just too small. And we're looking for founders who have a solution that will be applicable beyond the borders of Canada, beyond the borders of North America even, for us to be thinking about how we can return capital to our funders. And we have many limited partners in our fund. We need to be thinking that these companies can grow and scale and end up being, a really large and important solution in the world, so they can drive large amounts of revenue. And ideally, we need an exit from that company so that we can do a return of capital that hits the model that we have and the commitments that we've made to our limited partners. And so, unfortunately, it's not a C like Canada, it's a G for global. So we're looking for curiosity, conviction, and global market opportunities.
We could turn that into a cool acronym. We'll think
Could
on
we?
it. We can do it, Christina. It'll be on the t-shirts. All of this will be on the t-shirts next year, guys. I love it. Okay.
Crossing borders.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one.
Crossing
Thank you.
borders.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
We got the C. So we've got time for one rapid round, so kind of a minute each. I want to kind of turn the reflection inwards now about your internal mindset. So what has been the hardest mindset lesson that you've learned personally? And so kind of rapid fire, kind of a minute each. I'll start with Lan.
Thank you, Risa. Okay, well, it gives you the rest of you the chance to think a little bit. So I thought about that a lot, and I think it's almost a bit of the disappointment, right? So sometimes, especially for myself, I'm a very optimistic person, so I always have these big plans, and then sometimes the plans don't work out, and then understanding the disappointment. But the mindset of disappointment is okay. It's a bit of it's almost like the mindset of failure. So we learn from it, and then for the next round we can just get better. And this is it's part of the entrepreneurial mindset. It's we pick up and we move forward stronger, better, and quicker.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
Okay, so using disappointment to actually be a positive thing
Yes.
was your lesson. All right. Al Kareem, so again, for you personally, kind of one kind of mindset lesson that kind of resonates.
I think for us in the startup mentality is how do we pick ourselves up and jump back on it. I think there's always there's things flying at you. So it's like a matrix move where we're trying to just avoid it. But how do we continue to have that positive energy, especially as leadership of our team? How do we signal that it's okay, and that we learn from it and take it in stride? And so for me, it's more of it's an openness mentality to say it's okay. There's a challenge. How do we learn from it and grow from it?
Okay, awesome. All right, Terry, over to you. Same question. Personally, kind of a mindset lesson that you've learned from.
Well, it's what I started with. It's the toughest one, I think, for humans, is it's not about you, and to have that humility going into everything you do. We have a huge vision here. We know exactly where we want to be and how we're going to get there. And to get there it's not about us. And we have over 120 partners now inside Platform Calgary. And it is daily a challenge where we're like, oh, they didn't get it. And why is that happening? And then you just have to go back to, it's actually not about us. People are acting for reasons that they have established or they think are going to get them there. And we have to just go with them and have empathy and go along and continue to just think, okay, in the long run, if we keep doing what we're doing, it's going to pay off. But I probably should write that on my hand, get it tattooed. It's not about me, because that's important.
I like that. Again, we'll put it on we got gems for t-shirts here for next year, guys. Oh my gosh. We're going to have to have about 20 of them though. And Christina, we'll end with you again, that personal lesson, and maybe if you can kind of add an example to it about how you came to it.
Sure. So my personal example, and hopefully this resonates with a lot of people, is I spent some years at Intuit, and what was really critical in that organization from a cultural point of view was feedback, and learning that feedback truly is a gift. And so as a manager there, you had to learn to take feedback, because they did a lot of employee surveys. And it was the first time I worked in an organization where that much feedback was coming at me. And it really, I really had to figure out how to get that feedback and make something good of it and feel great about it and look in the mirror and go, I can make changes that will be really impactful to my team and to the greater organization. But the second part of that was learning how to give good constructive feedback. And it changed my whole leadership style from then on until this very day. And so I whenever I work with any companies or any founders that I coach or mentor, I always make sure that I'm going to be working with somebody who is open to feedback, is looking for feedback, and is ready to do something with that feedback. And it's not about being defensive or being right. It's about, another perspective. Maybe that's something that I should consider. And so I think feedback, we heard sort of a theme of that from everybody in this last round around humility, openness, resilience, getting back up. And it's all about taking whatever that feedback, it could be the universe giving it to you, it could be an individual, but recognizing how important and critical that feedback is to your growth and development of whatever you're working on.
Thank you so much. So we're out of time, guys, but we've heard some amazing mindset thoughts about how you can build culture, collaboration, and community in your ecosystem. Thanks so much, everybody. And we'll turn it back to Stacey.
Thanks so much, Teresa. I have nothing to throw, so unless I'm throwing my teleprompter operator little machiney here. So thank you so much. And if that panel was any indication of how the rest of this day is going to go, we are in for a treat. That was fantastic. Now we get to play around with our next speaker, who is also fantastic. Wait till you hear him speak. Kevin Carroll is a best-selling author of books like Rules of the Red Rubber Ball and What's Your Red Rubber Ball? He is an expert on creativity and innovation, and he believes play is serious business. Please welcome an agent for social change, Kevin Carroll.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. I'm thrilled to be spending some time with you all, and even more so to have a conversation. I got to listen in to the panel and to hear some words. And I know that you are all kind of focused on these C's. And so one of the things that I actually love is alliteration, because I'm a comic book person. So I love alliteration. So I thought I would actually talk about curiosity, confidence, and community, and the importance of that, but how play has a role in all of those things. And so one of the things that I always ask before I actually start my conversation with a group, with an audience, is that you be as present as possible. As my grandfather would say, be where your feet are. Be where your feet are. And I promise you, over this next hour, I'm going to wring myself out on your behalf. And so this is the conversation that we're going to have. I'm going to share a bit of my story, some simple truths, some simple lessons that I've learned over the years. I got a lot of eye candy that I'll be sharing. And also you'll get a PDF when I'm finished my conversation, and it will actually offer you some different resources, creative resources to further embed my remarks. And then we're going to have an AMA, Ask Me Anything. And so everything behind me is real. This is not a virtual background. So you can ask me about anything. Every single object that I have in my office space, my studio here, I could tell you a story about. So I'm going to share a bit of my story and a narrative, but I'm going to share with you a simple truth. And I want you to think about, because I was hearing from the panel, this idea, this mindset of resilience and commitment and belief and optimism. I was hearing that, and I was hearing about curiosity. But what if this one simple truth was the thing? What if everything you are going through is preparing you for what you asked for? I'll say that again. What if everything you are going through is preparing you for what you asked for? So the more that you start to understand that you can rise above any suffering and circumstance, that resilience can assist you in that quest to level up, to raise your game. I had to understand that very early in my childhood. And so this is my story in a short little narrative. They chose their addiction over raising 3 sons. The pinnacle moment of my parents' neglect resulted in the 3 of us being rescued by a stranger, shuttled down to a Greyhound bus station, and placed on a bus alone. My older brother was 8. I was only 6. My little brother was only 3. And we were sent on a 200+ mile one-way fare back to Philadelphia to my grandparents' house. Without parents in my life, I resorted to finding my life lessons from many sources. Businessmen and laborers, winos and alcoholics, drug dealers and users, sport coaches, my peers, old heads at the playground, merchants, war vets, school teachers, librarians, custodians, food service workers, other kids' moms and dads. I learned to be constantly on the lookout for any nugget of insight or wisdom that would assist me on my quest to rise above my suffering and circumstances. Turning ideas into reality became my focus, and I'll show you became my daily mantra. I spent endless hours at the neighborhood playground, the public library, and my school. These were my 3 safe places, my sanctuaries. Finding a way to rise above my suffering and circumstances and not let my circumstances dictate my destiny was my constant motivation. I stand before you living proof that anything is possible, that human potential is boundless and endless, that we can find a way to rise above anything if we have the right mindset. So I'll show you mindset, that I was not going to allow my circumstances to dictate my destiny, that I was going to find a way not to be a victim, but to be a fighter. And so when I was up against something, when I was dealing with some difficult, I'd find a way to tap into optimism and positivity and always believe that there was something better on the other side. Imagine doing that when you're 6 years old. Imagine that you start to actually have that practice very early in your life. And it shifts everything, that you become this lifelong practicer and practitioner of this mindset. And so I've always believed that optimism and positivity really can make a difference. And so the ball, book, and betterment were the three things that actually changed my life. And so in the neighborhood where my grandparents took us in, there was a playground. And one of the first things that I discovered there was a group of boys. So anytime that I see a ball, I always see in my mind Preston Playground. See, Preston Playground was the first place that I felt that I belonged, that I was connected. I found my community. I found this group of boys who welcomed me unconditionally. And what was so beautiful about this connection that I had, they didn't ask me, where's your mom at? Where's your dad at? Where'd you come from? In fact, I actually got a nickname at 6 years old, and I'm still known as this. Oh, I should have actually given you a little more context around when all this was playing out. So all of this was actually playing out when we were abandoned and rescued by a stranger and placed on the bus and went back to my grandparents' house and raised by my grandparents, all actually played out in the late 1960s. I wish I could see your faces right now. I tell people I'm the Black Benjamin Button. Yes, I'm well preserved, I tell people. I also tell people there's one simple truth. Your inside's reflected on your outside. And so if there's one thing that I know to be real and true is energy. Energy is such an important thing, and curiosity is an important thing. And so at 64 years young, I know this to be true. Oh, I know that you guys are going to make t-shirts and everything. Maybe we could actually start a Forever Young lotion line. Maybe that'll be a fun thing for you all to create there. Maybe there's an inventive entrepreneur out there that might want to partner with me on that. I'm only Keith, but we have been trying to figure out what my fountain of youth ideas come from. But I do think it's a mindset. I do believe that my inside's reflected on my outside, that I have this childlike wonder and energy. There's actually a scientific term for someone like me. It's called neoteny, Neoteny, neoteny. It's actually maintaining the psychological mindset of youth throughout your entire life. So maintaining that attitude and that mindset, that's been my thing. So I've always been a very curious person. And when I discovered these boys at the playground, I realized something really quickly. If you shine, I shine. So if I could be a generous partner on a team, I could keep you around longer and the game would extend and we would play longer and I wouldn't have to return to the difficult things that I was trying to navigate as a child. So anytime I see a ball, it's always about community, belonging, connection, and teams. I love being part of a team. And one thing that I also discovered was I didn't play sports for trophies or medals or first place. It was always for belonging. And so the ball was one of the things that I discovered really quickly. And that's why I say play is serious business. And play is serious in the business of building community and connection and belonging. And then I got my public library card. The first book I ever took out of the public library, Where the Wild Things Are. So I know that everyone has, I sure hope you have, and if not, you should read this book again. But if you did read this in your childhood, you know how magical this book is. This book set me off academically and unlocked all my belief and curiosity that I could learn so many things. And so I ran to school with this level of curiosity all the time. And unexpectedly, my grandmother passed away, and this is when I discovered comic books. In fact, I discovered a very specific comic book person in Daredevil, because Daredevil has a tagline. The tagline is the man without fear. So I started to understand that I needed to be courageous because these were really challenging things that I was navigating as a child. I'm only 9 years old now. My grandfather's raising 3 boys on his own. The social workers would come and check on us, and basically I'd overhear their conversations. And they would say things like, Mr. Carroll, it's a really difficult situation for you. Do the best you can, Mr. Carroll, but don't expect much. Look what those boys come from. That's where I got my attitude. I'll show you. I'll show you. And so you should know that my older brother, Donnie, did fine, retired Navy, 22 years. My younger brother, Kyle, is an IT specialist. You should also know that my brothers don't look anything like me. They're haters. So both my brothers are over 6 feet tall, over 220 plus pounds, full beards, chest, back hair. I still barely shave at 64. I have no idea what happened. Yes, but my journey is very different than my brothers. So because of a ball, books, but most importantly, this community, I actually found a way to rise above my suffering and circumstances. But there was one key person, one individual who impacted my life in a really, really profound way. It's my best friend's mom, Miss Lane. I affectionately call Miss Lane my CEO, my chief encouragement officer of my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations, my goals. Now, I don't know how many of you maybe have seen the documentary, Won't You Be My Neighbor? Mr. Rogers talks about his whole journey. Well, he actually taught children what 60 seconds was by asking them to think about someone who wants nothing but the best for you. And I'm going to have you do that for 60 seconds. Now, all of us have that person in our life who believed in us, who maybe lovingly shoved us towards our destiny, who maybe told us that you can find a way. I believe in you. Miss Lane was that person for me, but Miss Lane was also this person who held me accountable for my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations. And Miss Lane was my unlock. She unlocked all my possibilities with 2 words. The 2 words were, why not? I'd run over to Miss Lane's house. It was right across the street from my grandparents' house. I'd run over there and I'd say, Miss Lane, and I'd share her, one of my ideas, a thought and a dream that I had. And she said, well, why not? But then she'd always follow up with the same thing. Don't talk about it, be about it. There's lots of talkers and very few doers. Which one are you? And so I understood that action was the secret ingredient to manifesting a hope, a dream, an aspiration into reality. And so you put all 3 of those things together, the ball, my love of sports and belonging and teams, books, my love of learning, right? And curiosity for the win, and betterment, right? This whole crazy eclectic group that I mentioned, from drug dealers to war veterans, to other kids' parents, to food service workers, custodians, my teachers, librarians, all those people. But most importantly, my best friend's mom, Miss Lane. And I found a way to rise above my suffering and circumstances and not let my circumstances dictate my destiny. Now, one of the things that I heard one of the panelists say was conviction. So I look at that like commitment. And I always believe that that commitment, that early commitment to my 3 B's, the ball, book, and betterment, really allowed me to rise above my suffering and circumstances and not let my circumstances dictate my destiny. And so I love this quote about commitment, and it's from W.M. Murray from the Scottish Himalayan expedition. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth: the ignorance which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. The moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur that would otherwise never have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from that one decision, raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents, meetings, and material assistance which no one could have ever dreamt would come their way. So whatever you can do or dream, you can begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. So I understood the power of being bold and audacious in my thoughts and my dreams, and it allowed me to find a way to turn my ideas, my hopes, my dreams into reality. So because of a ball, book, and betterment, I got a bachelor's degree in speech communication and sports medicine. I got a master's degree in health education. I spent 10 years in the Air Force as a language translator, where I learned 5 languages. I speak Serbian, Croatian, Russian, German, and Czech. Now, I do want to remind you, I grew up in Philadelphia. I'm a Black guy, right? I kept saying to the Air Force, like, what am I going to do with these languages when I get out of the military? They said, that's not our problem, but we need you to learn these right now. These are very important for our mission that we're working on. So I get out of the Air Force after 10 years as a language translator, but I have my degree in athletic training. I'm a physio. and I work at the high school level back in Philadelphia, the collegiate level in Philadelphia, and then I land my dream job. But in order for you all to understand, I want you to indulge me, and if everyone would be willing to raise their right hand right now. And I'm going to believe and trust, right, that everyone has raised their right hand right now, and you can put your hands down. You all just agreed to take an adult resignation. I'm hereby officially tendering my resignation as an adult. Just for a little bit, I'd like to accept the responsibilities of an 8, 9, or 10-year-old again. I'd like to believe that anything is possible again. I'd like to believe that M&Ms are better than money because, well, you can eat them. I like to believe in the power of smiles, kind words, truth, justice, peace, dreams, mankind, womankind, making angels in the snow again. So here's my checkbook, car keys, 401k statements. You can have all that stuff, because if you want to discuss this further with me, you're going to have to catch me first, because tag, you are now it. So now I've shifted your mindset, and we're all like 8, 9, or 10 years old again. So at the playground where I grew up, I had the audacity to say in the middle of a basketball game, I'm going to be in the NBA one day. And all my friends looked at me, they said, what did you just say? I'm going to be in the NBA. Pfft, you are vertically challenged. That is not going to happen. I'm like, you watch. I'm going to make it one day. Well, fast forward to 1995. I become only the 3rd Black trainer in the history of the NBA for my hometown team, the Philadelphia 76ers. Guess who was calling me for tickets? Those haters from back in the day. Hey, KC, little fast. Can we get some tickets? Saw that amazing job you just got. Hey, remember that thing you said back in the day? Oh, you remember that? Yes, I do. No tickets for you, no tickets for you, and no tickets for you. Haters are my motivators. Be gone. And so now I'm on the bench with the 76ers, and I end up using my language in an unexpected way. So we're in the middle of a game, and we're playing against the Charlotte Hornets. And I'm not going to make an assumption that everybody is an NBA fan out there. So let me paint this picture for you. We're playing against the Charlotte Hornets. On my team is Jerry Stackhouse, Allen Iverson, if you're an NBA fan. If you're also an NBA fan, you'd like to know this fact that I actually was Kobe Bean Bryant's athletic trainer, physio, all through high school. I'd known him since he was 13 years old. That's a whole nother presentation that we would do, at some later date, potentially for Alberta Innovates. But imagine that I'm in the middle of this cacophony, this competitive cauldron, right? And in the middle of this, as we're playing against the Charlotte Hornets, there happens to be a player on their team who is 7 feet tall. His name is Vlade Divac. And my coach remembers in this competitive cauldron with all this noise, the cacophony is amazing. He remembers that Vlade Divac is from the former Yugoslavia and speaks Serbian, one of the languages that I speak. And Vlade's having a monster game. My coach wants to save a timeout. So he happens to turn and look at me, and Vlade's running by, right, saying something nasty about our team, not very kind, right? It's probably PG-13 or R-rated. And my coach looks at me and starts tapping me frantically. And he says, Carol. I'm like, yes, coach. He says, don't you speak that big guy's language? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. He'll never expect this from you. Why don't you distract him by saying something about his mom or his dad or his sister or his brother, just anybody in his family lineage? Just, start insulting him. And I want to come up with a defense to save the timeout though, but we got to stop this guy. And I'm looking at my coach like, that man is 7 feet tall. I'm not going to do that. He says, Carol, be a team player. So I sit there for a moment and I'm looking at my coach's face and I'm like, fine, I'll help you out. Now, you should know that we had 2 weeks of obscenities training in the military. I can tell you mama jokes in Serbian to crush your soul. So I start insulting this 7 foot tall player every time he runs by the bench. Your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother. By the 5th time I've insulted his family lineage, Vlade Divac stops. The game is going on and walks towards our bench and he inquires, who keeps insulting my family in Serbian? And the coach takes a step aside and points at me, goes, that little guy right there? And Vlade looks at me like, no way. And I go, Dobar dan, kako vi gospodine? He's like, what? Rest of the game, can't make a shot, can't do anything right. Coach is high-fiving me, great job, Carol. Do something with the other guys. I can't help you there, coach. The game ends, and Vlade comes into our locker room looking for me. He finds me in the locker room, and I'm expecting something awful to come out of this, right? Because I wasn't saying really nice things about his family to distract him. And the unexpected happens. Vlade Divac invites me to join the Yugoslavian national basketball team for the 96 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. as their sports medicine liaison and translator. He says, "You're perfect for this job." The NBA finds out about this story and they think it's just so amazing that, this little black guy from Philadelphia speaks fluent Serbian, is joining the Yugoslavian national basketball team for the Olympic Games to help them out. We should do a feature on him. And that feature was seen by someone from Nike. And I got a phone call out of the blue from Nike. They want to hire me away from the 76ers and create a position for me. And at this point, I'm a single father. I raised my 2 boys on my own for 15 years. And I'm on the road quite a bit because of the travel. And so I have 2 sitters that watch my boys when I travel. I would come home from a road trip and I'd see an A on the refrigerator, or I'd see a trophy from a sporting event on the mantle. And I'd wonder, what am I doing? I'm not there for my boys. I'm an absent dad in my own way, and I don't want to be my dad. And so this opportunity to join Nike, I'm really thinking maybe I should consider this, but I want my boys to buy in. So I put together this, script, right? I'm going to sit them down and explain to them the opportunity that we have. And I start reading it. And my older son stops me and says, Dad, I have one question. I'm like, what? Will we get free gear from Nike? I'm like, yeah, I think so. He says, we should go. So that was the deal maker for my boys. And I left the 76ers after 2 seasons and moved to Portland, Oregon, where I've lived here now for 25 years. And I worked at Nike for 7 years as the catalyst. And in fact, I still have some of my business cards that these were not sanctioned cards. I had my own business cards created because if I had a unique, title, I should have a unique business card, I thought. And so I actually created these business cards. And if you remember, a catalyst is the spark, an excitatory agent that speeds up or changes a process. But what I was really doing at Nike was recreating Preston Playground, a place that was inviting and welcoming and inclusive, a place where everybody felt like they belonged. I was building that catalytic community of creatives and confident people and people who were curious. I had opportunities to work all over the company, from working with people in shipping and receiving, food services, strat planning, design, marketing. I leveled up and I worked with senior executives. In fact, Phil Knight, who was then the CEO and chairman and co-founder of Nike, actually gave me a subtitle. He called me the mayor of Nike. And I had a 2-year standing meeting, a monthly meeting with Phil Knight, where I would meet with him and I would talk about the people. I would talk about the community. I would talk about what was inspiring them and what they were worried about, what was challenging them. And so I had a regular meeting, imagine that, but I'm not part of his senior leadership team. And I think one of the things that he noticed about me was my commitment to building community and creating a sense of belonging. And one of the things that was really wonderful at Nike was the different organization arms, from footwear design and brand and marketing, strat planning, legal, whatever it was, had their ways of onboarding people, but the footwear design team had a unique ritual. So when you join the footwear design team, you actually put your feet in ink and then you did your footprints. And then each of our footprints were actually framed and they were along the wall. So when you came onto the footwear design floor, you would see everyone's footprints. And what I thought was really beautiful was about the ritual of planting your feet, putting your mark somewhere. And then when you leave, they would actually have a really, really wonderful ceremony, take them down and present them to you for a job well done. And so when we start to think about connection and community and belonging and the importance of that and some of the challenges that we've been facing because of the pandemic, how are we creating that connectivity and that community and that sense of belonging and not taking that for granted, that is something that, oh, we're good? No, everyone has been dealing and has been challenged during these really, really traumatic times. And so the more that we realize that this global traumatic event has had an impact on everyone, I started to recognize something that everyone actually leaned on during the pandemic, and maybe you didn't give it its due. Maybe you didn't give it its credit. And so I know that all of you out there actually started playing even more, but you didn't realize the purpose that play was having for you during the pandemic. It was a coping mechanism. So how many of you had the sourdough starter? Or how many of you actually started gardening? Or how many of you had a puzzle table? And maybe you had appointment viewing of TV shows, you were binge watching things, or maybe you were playing board games in your house, or maybe you were actually got that bike or that exercise, you started doing more movement, maybe going on walks, right? Any of those kinds of things that you were trying to find a way to cope with this ambiguity, to navigate this uncertainty, and play was the thing that you actually leaned on, but maybe you didn't realize you were playing. Play is the highest form of research, Albert Einstein. It truly is. And the more that I started to understand the importance of play, I actually started thinking about, do we really give ourselves credit and grace for how much we actually maybe grew during this global traumatic event? And so Adam Grant, he wrote this wonderful book called Originals. And I love this book because he actually talks about how nonconformists move the world, will change the world. Nonconformists, those are entrepreneurs, right? Those are innovators. Those are people who are peeking around the corner for opportunities. And so I got to listen in to his conversation he was having with the US Olympic team before they went to the Tokyo Games. And he talked about global traumatic event, right? And how we were navigating, but he talked about post-traumatic stress versus post-traumatic growth. So we talked about post-traumatic stress. We're all very familiar with that, right? That a lot of people were broken by this pandemic and there was a lot of loss. There was a lot of grieving. But he said, maybe you hadn't noticed, or maybe you haven't given yourself enough grace or credit on this, that you've actually grown. And he said, I want to identify 4 areas of growth that you should actually pay attention to, that maybe you had 1 of these, 2 of these, but you actually grew and you didn't realize it. So 1 is greater personal strength. If you got out of bed this morning and you're here participating in this conference, well done, because we know that there were a lot of people that had a difficult time getting out of bed during the global traumatic event, AKA the pandemic. The second area is deeper relationships. You're cooler with somebody, you're closer to somebody because you spent more time with them. Right? Maybe it's a neighbor, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's someone that you met on your team, but even virtually, and you all decided to have a regular connection and check up on each other. The third area, greater appreciation for something you took for granted. Oh my gosh, come on. Everybody has that, right? Because we took a lot of things for granted until they were taken away, and now you appreciate them more. For me, it's actually feeling air on my face without a mask on. The fourth area is hope. A greater belief in possibilities that we're going to get to the other side. Hope. So if you had any one of those 4, greater personal strength, deeper relationships, greater appreciation for something you took for granted, or hope, right? A belief in possibilities, higher potential possibilities, you actually grew during this global traumatic event. How about that? Brava, bravo, well done. Give yourself some credit. You actually tapped into a mindset, but it was play that helped you navigate these difficult times. I'll say it once again, play is serious business, and play is serious in the business of navigating ambiguity, uncertainty, challenging times. And I'm well versed in it because I've been doing it since I was a little boy. One of the things that I know to be true is this: in the 7 years that I spent at Nike and all the work that I got to do, one of my proudest moments is I got 3,000 people to play tag. Yes, I cited the research around play, how play is serious business, that play is as important to you as eating, drinking, or sleeping. I'm in this meeting and I'm talking about why we should be playing more if we want more innovation, more creativity, better problem solving, more abstract thinking, more ingenuity, find time for fun. I shared this book, Wonderland by Steven Johnson. He's got an amazing quote in it. You'll find the future wherever people are having the most fun. You'll find the future wherever people are having the most fun. Oh, then I actually shared this book, Pause, Breathe, Choose by Naz Beheshti. And I love this book because she was Steve Jobs' executive assistant. And she actually talked about the only time he turned his phone off. So she always knew where he was if his phone was not on. Steve Jobs was when he was in the innovation lab playing. So if she couldn't reach him, she knew exactly where to go, right, to find him. At Apple, she always knew how to find him. So I love the fact that Steve Jobs even found time for fun, right? I love that Steven Johnson quote. I'll say it once again. You'll find the future wherever people are having the most fun. In Stephen Johnson's book, what was amazing is he actually did research on 20th century breakthrough innovation. And what he discovered was this, that most of those breakthrough innovations did not happen in a conference room, in a cubicle, right? In a hallway. They actually happened when they were having fun, when they were playing together, when they were actually enjoying each other's time. And they were not their job title, their function. They were not their job description. They were just themselves at their core. I like to call it their kidult, where the kid and the adult collide. The kidult in you needs to show up at work also. But as leaders, you need to create opportunities for people to feel like they have permission and safe, that they are safe to play. It's not enough to just put cool ping pong tables, a foosball table, different little bean bags and all of that if you as a leader aren't doing something with it. I'll say it once again, play is serious business, and play is serious in the business of innovation, creativity, problem solving, abstract thinking, ingenuity, and even more so, play can help you become a better grown up. Play can help you tap back into this mindset of forever curiosity, right? This forever curious spirit. I love this Albert Einstein quote, right? I have no special talents. I'm only passionately curious. That's me. I have no special talents, but I am passionately curious every single day. So I got 3,000 people to play tag. It was the most beautiful bedlam I'd ever seen in my life, right? That was also why I got called into Phil Knight's office, like getting called into the principal's office after I did that little creative caper at Nike. And that's when he gave me the title of mayor at Nike. And after 7 years, I had this opportunity to potentially leave Nike, but I was really in a quandary because I loved it there. I had a book deal with ESPN and Disney. This is actually my first book, Rules of the Red Rubber Ball. I had a talent agent, had a speakers bureau, all these things that happened because of Nike allowing me to fly my freak flag, allowing me to go out and basically get on my bully pulpit about play and creativity and curiosity and the importance of community and belonging. And so now I've got this opportunity to have more reach and more impact beyond Nike, but I really am in this difficult place because I love it there. So I sit down with Phil Knight during one of our meetings and I say, I got this opportunity to leave, but I really don't know if I want to. And he looked at me, and I'll never forget how clear he was. He says, well, I don't let talent leave here. And he paused and looked at me and said, but you'll be the third person I tell they should go. Go forth and prosper, and we'll be watching, and we'll be proud of you. So I left Nike in 2004, and I've been on my own now for 18 years as an author, a speaker, and an instigator of inspiration. And I've had an opportunity to actually see play all over the world. So I thought you all would enjoy actually seeing this. So I collect a bag tag and room key from all of my trips when I travel. And so this is actually the deep, like it goes, like this is how I've actually had a chance to travel the world and to see something. And I love this little quote from Plato. You can discover more about a person in 1 hour of play than in a year of conversation. So as I traveled the world and I started to want to see if other people share the same mindset that I do about play, that play is serious business and that play can actually affect communities and belonging. And I actually discovered something, that there are amazing creative and community catalysts out there that are using play to address really serious issues like gender issues, social issues, health issues, education issues, and they're using it as a catalyst. And I actually would ask people the same question. What does play mean to you? And so I actually put it on a scroll. So, you know, if you put something on a scroll, it's very serious. And so you should see all the words that I've discovered over the years about play. And so I think what I've started to understand even more so is this, that if you bring a playful mindset to your endeavors on a daily basis, you have that curiosity, you have that creative confidence, right? You have that necessity to create community, you can win the day. And so I have witnessed all over the world the power of play, but I also had a little project that I do, right? Because I like doing creative capers. I would bring a brand new soccer ball, basketball, playground ball, when I would travel to other communities around the world and gift play to a community that couldn't afford a brand new ball. See, in a lot of developed countries, we take that for granted that you can get a brand new ball. But in underdeveloped, under-resourced communities, they don't have that accessibility, right? Or that privilege to be able to own a ball, a brand new ball. So I actually started making these trades. And so I had this ball collection from all over the world that numbers well over 100 plus. And so these are some of my collection, some pictures of the play artifacts that I've collected all over the world. And one of the things that I started to discover as I shared play with communities is this simple truth. We all speak ball. It doesn't matter where you go in the world, everybody recognizes this object. And so it didn't matter if I didn't speak your language, I spoke ball, and we could get game on right away. How beautiful is that? To know that we have that one thing in common, that we all share a play history, that play has helped to shape all of us. That's why I've always said this, and I will continue to say this, and I will get on my pulpit about play and to say that play is serious business. You want more creativity, you want more innovation, you want more abstract thinking, you want to surprise and delight more, find time for fun. And so as I started to think about the importance of, play and belonging, I always go back to this idea that belonging is really important for me. And optimism is really important for me. During the pandemic, I actually got a specialization in positive psychology. I took 5 courses through the University of Pennsylvania and Coursera and got a specialization over 20 weeks because I wanted to get the science behind my mindset, the science behind the way that my attitude was around optimism and play and belonging. And now I understand even more so that it's not just, my thing. It's not just something that is exclusive to me, that all of us can actually bring that optimism, that positivity, that playful mindset. I'll say it again, the kidult, where the kid and the adult collide. You can bring that kidult mindset every single day, but it really comes down to your want to, as my grandfather would say. You got to check your want to every single day. Can't do anything with a broke want to. And so the more that I started to understand the role and value of play and the importance of actually sharing my knowledge with as many people as possible, these last 18 years have been amazing with my ability to be able to canvas the world and the globe and to spend time with individuals who are curious about play, who wonder, how do I raise my game? How do I find a way to get my organization or my team or my community to rally around an idea? And I always say the same thing, play, find time for fun. Bring people together. They won't be their job title, their function or whatever. They'll want to rally and play and they'll start to see the possibilities. And so one of the things that I started to understand really simply was this: the greatest enemy of future success is current success. I'll say that again. The greatest enemy of future success is current success. See, people get really, really comfortable with where they're at right now, right? And they're high-fiving themselves because maybe you got, that seed money or whatever, but there's that idea that, okay, but you've got to now grow the idea and manifest it. So don't get caught up in your hype. Don't be your own hype squad, right? You got to make sure that you keep doing the work. I talked about commitment earlier. Don't talk about it, be about it. There's lots of talkers and very few doers. Which one are you? And the more that you bring that commitment, I love that one of the panel members said conviction, right? You bring that curiosity and you bring that play, right? Which I really do believe is about community. That's the way that we can win the day. That's the way that we can find a way to raise our game. And so one of the things that I've actively done here in Portland, because I truly believe this, I can't be, going around the world and canvassing the globe, doing this work, and I'm not doing it in my own backyard. So I'm the old man best friend in my neighborhood, so I know all the kids. So I actually started doing some fun little projects. So actually when the pandemic started, I dropped off this book, Becoming Better Grown-Ups by Brad Montague. I actually dropped that book off at different families in my neighborhood because I knew it was not going to be easy for them homeschooling, having to work, do all these things during the pandemic. So I wanted to actually encourage and coach up the parents, the rents. And so I was really making sure that I was doing that, but I also know all their kids. And so we actually started having some fun little moments, and they would actually come by my house, right? And this is actually well before the pandemic, me being the old man best friend. They want to show me things. They want to share their curiosity with me. And so one of my neighbors is E, right? And he's 5 houses down from me. And so I love this. I actually would share books around, a little book about curiosity. And E would actually start coming to the house. He'd yell from the sidewalk, Kevin, are you in there? And I'd come to the door. My wife might say, one of your little friends is out there. And I'd come outside. He says, come see this spider web with me and my dad. And he'd take me down to the spider web. But he would also say, no, stand over here so you can see it with the sun behind it. And I became so cool with E that we would actually exchange gifts, right? Leave things on each other's porches. He would leave me a note every time though. So veggies from Elon's garden, right? When Kobe passed away, he actually did this beautiful little card for me. And I started to understand the importance of, right, reverse mentoring, that you can learn from someone junior to you, right? That E was teaching me to see things through his eyes. And then my godson, we actually started to have these creativity sessions over Zoom, and we would actually do these really fun projects. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with Mo Willems. So Mo Willems is this great children's author. So my godson actually led all of our Zoom sessions, our art classes. He's a fearless artist. And Marco would teach me Mo Willems characters. So we did Pigeon and Cat. He would teach me how to draw these. We did Tiger. He would give me feedback. We did this 3-face little foldable, right? You had to have 3 different expressions. Oh, we did a Pokemon card one time, complete with your powers. We did backgrounds on this one. This is when he was telling me, Uncle Kevin, you're getting so good. He was hungry one session, so we actually did a burger, fries, and shake. But what I started to understand was what Marco was teaching me, and then he raised our game. Marco said, Uncle Kevin, I'm going to teach you how to Lego. I'm like, that's a verb? He goes, yes. So now we're doing Legos. So these are our latest little projects. So we've done The Child, and we've done The Mandalorian, and we're working on a fighter or something, I don't know. But anyway, I bring all this up to say that if you have this forever curious spirit, right? I have no special talents, I'm only passionately curious. You can learn from anyone. It's not just from being this elder pouring into someone junior to you. You can learn from someone younger than you. Reverse mentoring, I think, has been a really great thing. Seeing things with the eyes of a child, eyes of wonder, eyes of possibility. And so one of the things that I know to be true is this: we are drowning in information while starving for wisdom. We are drowning in information while starving for wisdom. E.O. Wilson. And the more that we start to recognize, just be curious, right? Just be curious, right? Finding that information. I know this to be true, and these are my simple truths for you. Here's some damn good advice. Have something to get you out of bed in the morning. What's your red rubber ball? Be where your feet are. Be present in every moment. That's where you can discover things. Curiosity, curiosity, curiosity for the win. But you're going to have to bring a little bit of mental toughness. I heard that word resilience or grit, right, from the panel. I think that's really important. Hey, if that book's too thick, there's a child's version for you too that you could read. I truly believe in the magic of teams and community and collective energy. So alchemy is always present. And I just implore each and every one of you to keep going, keep going. And remember, I brought up in that quote, whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius power and magic in it. So I have in my possession a bottle of magic. Remember, you took a child, right, an adult resignation. If I showed this to you when you were 8, 9, or 10 years old, you'd lose your damn mind right now. What? Kevin has magic, and I've actually done this on Zooms. I've tossed magic to the screen, and kids have lost their minds. Don't lose that adult energy. Don't lose that childlike wonder. I'll leave you with this simple truth, and then we'll have our Q&A. Work for a cause, not for applause. Live life to express, not to impress. Don't strive to get your presence noticed. Just make your absence felt. That's the impact that you can have as an entrepreneur, as a community leader, as an entire community, bring your collective energy, right? Your passion, your purpose, and your intention. And I know that we can solve and we can raise our game and do anything that we want on behalf of our community. I appreciate you all, and I look forward to this Q&A. Let's go.
All right. Thanks so much, Kevin. That was inspiring. And now I think it's not Q&A, it's AMA. Ask me everything, anything, or it's Ask Kevin anything. And so we've got a couple here before we run out of time. I really liked this one. Lisa asks, I work in a large traditional organization. Kevin, any advice for inspiring a mindset of play with old school management?
Oh, well, absolutely. But see, the one thing I think is really important that we overlook is that everyone has a play history. So I think the more that you can break that down and bring that opportunity for people to tell their story of what was your favorite avocation, hobby, game, or toy from your childhood, and maybe have show and tell Mondays where people actually bring those in, right? And you go in small groups and you talk about it. Watch how people change. They just shed that job title, that job description so quickly. They really do. And they become that kidult because they're talking about something that is a sacred little totem or talisman, something really precious to them. And when you see that, you see this other person. And the more that we can unlock that in people and then find more moments on a regular basis to do that, they're not going to just reference and always be job title X, job description X, right? It's more about, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Hey, don't forget that you were this when you were a kid, or you loved Legos or whatever. Let's use that energy. Let's use that mindset. And I think the more that they recognize we're trying to be transformational, not transactional, that's really a key thing. And so let's start with our own stories, our origin stories. I think that's the way that you can really get people to shift, is to get them to tell their story, not the one that has a job title and job function, but what was that spark that got you to what you're doing today?
All right, we have one more question we can get to. This is from Stanley. Kevin, you talk about learning from unlikely sources like custodians. How do you recognize those important lessons when they're actually happening to you?
Got to be where your feet are. You have to be present. And I think the more that you're present and you recognize that, I think that's one of the key things. And so be present and be where your feet are. And then you can actually see, did that tickle my brain? Did that actually make me pause and do the little head tilt like you were when you were a kid, when you were really inquisitive about something? I think that's really important. And always bringing that curious, mindset, I think is really critical to discovering new things. Eyes of a child, eyes of wonder, eyes of possibility. So make sure that you're in the practice of shedding that adult mindset all the time.
There may be people watching right now thinking, I'm too old for this. This is not something. I know you're 64. We still want to see your driver's license, though, because none of us here believe you. We want what you're having. What if they're just like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. This is not something, I can do anymore at my age.
Then I would tell them, then you shouldn't be at this meeting, because the word is innovates. And so in order for you to be an innovator, you've got to have this idea and passion for discovery and wonder and possibilities. That's what it's about. When you're innovating, it's not about doing what's tried and true and it's always worked, right? You're trying to level up. You're trying to raise your game. And so I do believe that having that mindset and maintaining that belief that I am a lifelong learner, that I can stay in beta as a human being. We've got these apps that we're always updating. Why aren't we updating us like that? We're the greatest app ever created. We should be staying in beta as human beings, always updating, always improving. And so that lifelong learner, that beginner's mindset, openness and eagerness to learn every single day will serve you well.
All right. Thanks so much, Kevin. We're giving some of your books away, and I have to say that there is a piece of a red rubber ball actually embossed in your book, and I touched it, and it brought me back to those days of kickball in the field in St. Albert, and the terrible memories I have of dodgeball. And
yes, exactly. But it's all
that game.
You need to be more agile and nimble, but that's okay.
We are giving away these books, some red rubber ball books. We're picking people at random, and winners will be announced in the chat. Thanks for joining us, Kevin.
Take good care. Be well. Godspeed. Peace and play.
Adults, all of us now. We're going to take a bit of a break, and maybe this music will bring the kid back in all of us. We're back in about 10 minutes.
is buzzing. Make big deposits, my gloss is popping. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. 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 You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Wearing no ring, but I ain't gon' need no necklace. But matching diamonds for six of my business. I rather spoil all my friends with my riches. Think we tell therapy my new addiction. Solve your problems. Once thought I had enough money to solve. Say which one I say now. I want all the happiness is the same place as been bothered. My smile is clean, my skin is clean. The way you shine, I know you see it. I bought a crib just for closet with pants and curtains. I want it, I got it. 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 You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it. I want it, I got it.
Not a problem that I can't fix, 'cause I can do it in the mix. And if you're mad and get in trouble, just move out on the double and you don't let it trouble your brain. 'Cause the way you
Welcome back, everyone. So what does PlaySet look like in practice? Kevin said, you'll find the future where people are having the most fun, and Risa John is definitely a cadult. She's coming back for this presentation. A couple of things you may not know about her. She loves marshaling the collective efforts of the ecosystem, and when she's not doing that, she's watching one of those National Lampoon movies. She's like this with the Griswolds, and of course the Christmas one on every screen right now. Here is Risa John.
Thanks so much, Stacey. So you'll see a Made-meter poll up on your screen. I want to know who's dialing in this morning and who I'm talking to. So you'll see a couple of questions there about where you're dialing in from, what role you're playing in the ecosystem. And it may seem like an odd question, but I'm also going to ask you what Star Trek character you connect with. So fill those in as we're going through this. So my session is about how did Alberta Innovates apply this PlaySet model, and in particular, where does that fund and fellowship fit into the equation? So we'll bring my PowerPoint up now, and we'll get going. All right. So I wanted to start off with my personal fund and fellowship journey. So I actually started off as a clinical nurse, and then there was kind of a job shortage here in Alberta, and so I went to work in consulting for healthcare. And really what that was, I didn't know it at the time, but that was the field of entrepreneurial ecosystem development. And so I ended up in what I would call a Camelot organization. They actually had the sets. They didn't call them sets, but they had them. They had the mindset and the team set and the tool set and the impact set. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to be able to get epic results. And so here I am, a young contract manager. I've got all the sets behind me, but I wasn't getting the results. And I couldn't figure out why. And so the missing element was that middle of that circle. I didn't have fund and fellowship. And at the time, I actually didn't even realize what it was. So I wanted to share a little bit of my journey about understanding what fund and fellowship is and that secret sauce that helps those play sets come alive. And so my first fund and fellowship kind of learning was about the learning aspect itself. And so I remember starting off as this young, contract manager. I'd majored in comparative lit. I thought I was a pretty good writer, and I had this VP, and I had to write business cases for her. And a big part of the business case was the environmental scan piece. So I wrote my first one, and it came back, and these are the old days, guys, where things were in paper. And it came back, and literally it was a sea of red. She'd crossed out pretty much everything that I had on that piece of paper. And what I started to gain a respect for is the discipline of learning. What she wanted me to do was really go out and look at what other ecosystems were doing and and bring that back to the Alberta ecosystem. So out of that exercise, I learned that the respect for the discipline of learning and that it's essential. It's not just about curiosity, it's essential to being successful with whatever endeavor that you're trying to do. The other lesson came working with a group of healthcare providers. And so we were trying to put forward some incentive programs. So typically, healthcare physicians here in Alberta are paid, based on services. And we were trying to introduce an incentive model. So quite a different model than what they had been used to. And so we came to the negotiation table, and there was myself and another female colleague sitting on one side of the table. On the other side of the table was a whole row of older white males. And so we had this clash of cultures. And so it really resonated with me that in order for me to be successful to get this incentive model through, I really had to consider culture. So the one thing that I was able to get through in that contract negotiation was an advisory committee. And so it took 3 years, but over the course of 3 years, we got that advisory committee to be more diverse. We started to build, a community. We started to collaborate on initiatives. And 3 years later, because we built culture, community, and collaboration, we were then able to get that incentive model in. So throughout my career, I've run up against roadblocks that really come back to using learning, using culture, using community and collaboration to move those play sets forward. And the last, and I didn't have it in the slide, but it's my personal one that I add to my fund and fellowship journey, is what I call fortitude. And we kind of heard about it this morning from Al Kareem. He used the word resiliency. To build culture and community and collaboration is a long game. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of relationship building and trust to be able to accomplish that. And sometimes just pure patience. You may have to wait through political, funding cycles. You may have to wait till partners change, right? So it's a long-term game, and having that fortitude as part of your fund and fellowship tool set is also going to be important. So that was my kind of personal journey, going from that young kind of naive, perhaps, cocky contract manager to realizing that those fundamental aspects of fund and fellowship are going to turn it into a transactional relationship to an impact relationship where you're working together towards your North Star. So how did we then apply this with Alberta Innovates? And so it started with mindset. It started with our CEO, Laura Kilcrease, really having a vision. And I'm using that Star Trek analogy here. She said, hey, we want to boldly go with no ecosystem has gone before. We want to address those scale-up gaps. She'd worked in other jurisdictions, so she knew the possibilities. But she wanted to not just bring a solution in from another ecosystem. She wanted to capitalize on Alberta's strengths as we did that. So we had a mindset, we had a vision of where we wanted to go, and then we had an end in mind. So we really articulated what we wanted to accomplish with this program. And so there were three kind of key elements. One, of course, we wanted to address scale up and growth for Albertans. But an important point about our model is that you'll see there it's also Canadian and global ventures. And so we made an intentional decision to make the programs open up to companies from around the world for two reasons. One is just the dynamic that it's set up with our Alberta companies, being exposed to their counterpoints from across the world to build networks, to help them to think big and think globally. We couldn't replicate that type of dynamic in any other way. And the other is that Accelerators actually became a platform for us to highlight the strengths of Alberta and attract investment in companies here to Alberta. And so it was about supporting scale-ups across the world, translating that again into impact, into diversifying the Alberta's economy, right, and creating that global innovation mindset. So that was our end in mind. That's what we were looking at accomplishing. So the very first thing we had to do was assemble our team. And so Cecilia Wessinger talked about this, that the whole kind of exercise of ecosystem development is a new enterprise, and we are wading into unknown territory, kind of like Star Trek. There are no maps, and because this is a new discipline, we need new teams in order to create ecosystem development initiatives in our jurisdictions. So we assembled our own ecosystem development triad, and it started with Terry Rockwalski. Terry Rockwalski is the executive director of Accelerators. She's our ecosystem captain. She understood, the ecosystem and understood the importance of, customizing to your context. And so it was about a 2-year process that Terry went through, where she commissioned studies, she did pilots, all to help us inform what were the gaps and strengths in the ecosystem to help us with the design of the program. And so you'll see that those programs and pilots and studies are all listed on our website. So if you've got interest, you can take a look at those at your leisure. So it started out with that ecosystem captain. Then we added our design officer, our Spock, Catherine Graham. And so what Catherine brought to that table is all of those frameworks, right? We needed the frameworks to start with. So Catherine added those. And then the third kind of member of that ecosystem development team is what we're going to call our master implementer. And so that's the role that I played. In the picture there, you'll see me in the middle, and the arrows are meant to kind of show channeling all of those different perspectives. And so I would say that the key kind of unique feature about a master implementer is it's not a project manager, right? If you think about the ecosystem as a 3D puzzle, I think that the unique skill set that a master implementer brings is they are gathering all of those perspectives of the ecosystem and pulling them together. So just like the Star Trek, crew, you've got the communications officer, you've got the engineer, you've got the doctor looking after the people perspective. Your master implementer is channeling all of those perspectives and bringing it to the table. And yes, on my helmet, there is actually 2 spots for 2 cans of beer and a straw, but I did cut that out of the picture. All right, so those were our A team as far as designing. And so then we continued out with our team set. We engaged with our partners, and we created a 3-level of government co-funding model. And so we were able to have the government of Alberta, the federal government through Prairies Can, and then 2 municipal governments, the City of Edmonton represented by Edmonton Unlimited, and the City of Calgary represented by OSIP, all coming together, pooling funds in partnership to put $35 million in the pot to bring global accelerators here to Alberta. So we started with our internal team, and then we expanded that to our ecosystem team. And then we went over to PSIET, right? Okay, so we had the team, we had the focus, but how were we going to do this, right? So we designed our impact plan or our logic model about how we would achieve this. We then extended that impact set to say, okay, here's how we're going to achieve it, but how are we going to measure it? So just like Jordan Sadagwa, talked about earlier, we use that life cycle approach, right, to really evaluate how companies came into the model, what happened to them during the model, and tracking them all the way out to 3 years post. So we embedded that life cycle design into the process. And then we started to design our tools. And so I just want to put a shout out to the team, because when we talked about our environmental scanning, which took 2 years, we had 3 months from the point that we were approved from the contracts to get the RFP in place. So all of these tools were developed in 3 months, and it was a co-developed process. So the first tool that we developed, of course, was a request for proposal. And again, it's the end in mind. So you see the elements there go back to those objectives that I showed on a previous slide. How do we evaluate accelerators that are going to align with the objectives about what we're trying to do here in Alberta? And new for us that I want to highlight is this was the first time that we actually included a weighted element for equity, diversity, and inclusion, because we felt that was so important to us, that the accelerators coming on board to Alberta had that philosophy. So that was one of the major tools that we developed. We also then had to develop these co-investment templates because we were now partnering with ecosystem players differently. So that was part of our tool set. Part of our tool set, of course, was building out the program elements. And so there's two key program elements for the Scale Up and Growth program. So one is the accelerators themselves and how we have them collaborate here in Alberta. And the second is that whole fund and fellowship piece. And those two pillars work together to give us that collective impact. And so then we continue to extend our team. So we had our ecosystem building team, but now we needed our implementation team. And so we set up our program governance, and that's very important, really having clear roles and responsibilities. We added very specific roles related to fund and fellowship. So Lan Tan, director of our accelerators, directly working with the program teams, almost becoming an extension of them to help them customize and embed in Alberta. And Samira Yache, who is our senior evaluation analyst, completely dedicated to impact set, to helping us evaluate and learn from the evaluation information that we are gathering. So we extended that implementation team. And then we moved on to, and I'm going to call it team set and tool set. So we ran the request for proposal. We selected the 5 accelerators that you're going to see here on this slide. And so Alberta Catalyzer is our pre-accelerator. And you've heard Terry Rock and Madeline talk about that inside Alberta Catalyzer is actually a cross-provincial partnership between Alberta Platform Calgary and Innovate Edmonton. So it's a partnership that bridges the province. Then we have TELUS Community Safety and Wellness Accelerator powered by Alchemist, a really unique and novel accelerator that's focusing on social impact. You heard Ashif talk about that the other day. Alberta Accelerator by 500, chosen because of their rich superpower of capacity building and support for entrepreneurs. Plug and Play Alberta, focusing on 3 very specific verticals for Alberta that relate to our strengths, using a corporate partner model, bringing that element into the mix. And then SVG Thrive, that has that end-to-end suite of agri-food services for entrepreneurs. So these accelerators were, again, intentionally chosen, right, back to what we were trying to accomplish for Alberta. And they weren't just brought into Alberta and saying, hey, good luck, right? They were given very specific swim lanes, and a whole collaborative model was set up around them working together. So that was a huge aspect of the accelerators being used as a tool, but as we built relationships with them, as Lan said, they now become an extended part of the Alberta Innovates team. And it's really exciting to kind of see that growth happen. So then we, through those tool sets, we're constantly embedding fund and fellowship. And I like to use the analogy of bees working together, because really that's what we're trying to do with fund and fellowship, is we're trying to connect the ecosystem, get them to collaboratively work together and wrap around the entrepreneur so that, as Al Cream was talking about this morning, they've got a pathway to help them cross that valley of death. So again, from a tool perspective, what we did is we actually embedded all of those fund and fellowship principles and tactics into our actual service agreements with the contracts. So you'll see whole sections about principles and philosophy and objectives, and actually the terms fund and fellowship actually be embedded into the agreement. And for us, that was a really important learning, that if you want to make something real, right, document it and make it part of the contractual obligations. And so then as far as the fund and fellowship tactics, there are 3. And so one is, again, around using network analysis and evaluation to help us learn what's working, what's not working, and fuel that back into the system through lessons learned cycles. And it's also about capacity building. So a large part of what we're doing here today in the Leading and Learning Forum is sharing and learning, right? So we feel that that's a really key aspect of fund and fellowship. The next is ecosystem collaboration. We've heard it all through the last 3 days, right? Bringing that many-legged stool together of government and post-secondary institutions and in industry, getting like service providers along the roadmap to work together and all kind of focus on that North Star. And then the last piece was really extending that roadmap, because it's great that we've got accelerators here in Alberta and that they all provide their programming, but what happens after a company graduates, right? We want to continue to support them through an alumni network. So those were some of the fund and fellowship tactics that we implemented in. So we're at year 1. So what have we learned? So just some highlights. We have 4 co-funders, 2 pre-accelerators, 4 accelerators, 40 Alberta mentors have been brought on, so far 171 companies, and we're only a 1 month tracking some of these first cohorts. We already have 62 million investment raised and 30 jobs created. So we're very early on our timeline trajectory, but what we're starting to see is some early results. And I'm not going to spend long on this, but I wanted to show you our scorecard, which mirrors, right, that life cycle approach, right? So we've got measures along the entire life cycle that show us how we're doing. And so some of our key insights over this past year from an Alberta Innovates perspective, yeah, we think that design over the life cycle and time is working, but we're not sure we've got the right follow-up period. Right now we're tracking companies out to 3 years. Is that enough, right? So we're looking at what other jurisdictions are doing and we may amend that. We really strongly believe that fund and fellowship middle is what is needed to achieve success. But gosh, guys, it takes time to build culture and community. And a year in, we're seeing lots of progress, right? Trust and relationships being built, but it is probably not going to be achieved in 1 cycle or even 2 cycles, right? Again, it's a long-term game. The other thing we really want to do is build out our network effect measurement, because we not only want to have the hard kind of quantifiable economic results, but we want to look at the social results and the network results of this program. And then finally, and several speakers, I think, throughout the last 3 days have talked about this. I think, Ron Murkowski talked about it. Really, public funders are the best suited to design and run these types of programs. Because we have the focus, but the concept here is that they're expensive and they're resource and time intensive. And so in order for us then to be accountable for those monies, we really need that systems approach to assess what's missing, what works, what doesn't work, for who and under what conditions, to help us continually, advance ecosystem development and ensure that our programming is on point, and where we're investing those dollars and resources is on point. So those have been our kind of key insights over the last year. But I promised you in the write-up for this session, the good and the bad and the ugly. And so I want you to hear that not from me. I want you to hear it directly from the accelerators themselves. So I asked each of the accelerators to respond back very candidly about what their experience was over the past year. So we're going to play that for you now.
Hi there, my name is Ryan and I'm the Program Director for the TELUS Community Safety and Wellness Accelerator. We support tech and/or tech-enhanced startups that also have a social impact outcome. During the spring term, due to COVID, we ran a program that was completely virtual, including the culminating event of Demo Day. Although our program, being global in its reach, is more inclusive by being virtual, we learned that holding a purely virtual demo day was maybe not the best recipe for success. It became clear that networking and investment opportunities just don't happen the same way online, and so we needed to adapt for the next term and create a more elaborate online version with more time, but also an in-person component. We've got a good thing going, and with a learner's perspective helping us evolve along the way, it can only continue to get better for our entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Alberta.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin Dahl, Director of Plug and Play Alberta. 2022 has been an amazing year for us. We established our office back in January and quickly grew to 9 team members here in Alberta. We launched our inaugural program starting in March with 39 companies participating and increased our program size to 50 startups for our fall programming. We also added several new corporate partners this fall who are excited to work with the startups, engage with them on pilots, proof of concepts. Reflecting back on the year, it's been a whirlwind of activities. We've written our first few checks into several Albertan startups. We've created partnerships with several other players in the ecosystem, and we've brought together over 1,000 people through our Batch 1 and Batch 2 Expo Days. The most recent just wrapped up in Banff here yesterday. When it comes to challenges, I think the biggest hurdle that we've had to overcome has simply been helping people understand how our model works. Plug and Play is a very unique model that's based around the fact that we don't actually choose who gets into our programs. Our corporate partners do. And because of that, I've spent a ton of meetings over the last year just helping to explain that in the ecosystem and helping them understand how we can create tremendous opportunities for both our corporate partners and for startups who are looking to connect with them. I look forward to another great year in 2023. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Cassidy, Managing Director for SVG Ventures Thrive in Canada. We are an agri-food tech investor, and we were part of the Startup and Scale Up program as part of the Alberta Innovates intake. I would say the Fund and Fellowship program needs a little bit of work. It's quite time consuming, a little bit confusing in a sense of who from our organization should go and what the recommendation is. However, we do see the value in it. So do we take out sections of it? Do we make it shorter so it's a lighter lift for people? That is probably the only negative I would have about the process.
I'm Newton, Head of Acceleration at Edmonton Unlimited and co-director of the Alberta Catalyzer Pre-Accelerator, a program we launched in partnership with Platform Calgary. One of the great things about this last year was that level of collaboration between our two organizations, a lot of effort to bring two organizational cultures together. We also, through this program, certainly found a need for a high level of reporting into our funders. That comes with the ability to really measure the outcomes of the work that we're doing. One of the great things about being part of the Scale Up Gap program is working with the other accelerators, helping the founders that we work with in the pre-accelerator understand next steps as they continue to scale and grow and move into Scale Up accelerators.
Hi, my name is Simon Greganis, and I'm the Program Manager for Canada for 500 Global, and specifically the Alberta Accelerator by 500. Our two main kind of key areas and key learnings from this past year really related to high quality hybrid programming as the first point. So understanding that, with COVID-19, things have changed. In-person program delivery needs to be accommodated and supplemented with high-quality hybrid experiences as well. The second component that I wanted to share a little bit about is the fund and fellowship perspective. We saw a tremendous amount of success communicating and integrating with the Alberta Innovates team. So being able to learn the different ecosystem partners, such as the RINs around the province, as well as leverage other entities that are already working within the ecosystem and with entrepreneurs in the region. And the biggest challenge that we faced related to fund and fellowship was a challenge around sharing data and being able to actually be transparent with one another, even within the Scale Up and Gap program. Unfortunately, with the data sharing restrictions, we weren't able to do so. So having those restrictions around speaking about the companies not being accepted to one program or being accepted into another, at the end of the day, we're all here to support and grow the Alberta economy, and it would be great to find a way in the future to actually enable that transparency around data collection and find additional ways for collaboration around the companies and the entrepreneurs we're supporting. Thank you very much.
All right, we're back. So we thought we would move over to questions and answers because you've heard me talking enough about the presentation. So I brought my second member of our ecosystem development team, Catherine Graham. She was our SPOC, our science officer. And we do have one missing member of our team, but we have a picture of her here. Terry Ruckwalski was our Captain Kirk, our ecosystem captain. So So Terry was not able to be with us here in person, but you're here in spirit, Terry. So hopefully you're watching somewhere. So we've got some questions coming up on the board, and we'll just kind of tag team this. So it looks like there's the first up. I'm going to give to you, Catherine. What are some promising practices that are on the next horizon for you?
Thanks, Risa. And if I'd known I was going to be Mr. Spock, I would have brought my Spock ears, because I actually do have Spock ears. So,
of course you do. Of course you do. I would expect nothing less.
Exactly. So I think one promising practice is before we brought in the global accelerators, we did have local accelerators here, and we did an assessment of 7 local accelerators. And with Terry here, we co-designed that assessment, and really this notion of startup journey level in partnership with Prairies Canada. And as part of that, there was kind of 3 components in terms of how accelerators are progressing to the program objectives, metrics, of course, in terms of customers, revenue, profitability. But I think for me, one of the most interesting component was this company perception. And in that, company perception was really their readiness assessment, as well as investment readiness and team skills, etc. But from the science, and the research is we looked at their ratings of confidence, and we know from research that really relates to self-efficacy in applying it to the company. So definitely that component is really something we want to explore. And then I'd say the other kind of promising and leading practice, as we've talked about, and Risa, you were talking about in your presentation, the magic in the middle. So how do we assess this magic in the middle? And how do we understand that magic in the middle for helping us link to economic prosperity and a vibrant society? So I think a promising practice is looking at what's happening globally, and also doing field experiments with like-minded people internationally. And we also know from research and science that a lot of models may not work here in Alberta. And does it work here in Alberta, and doing field experiments here, and really linking the local micro right up to that ecosystem level, as we know that can be quite macro. So I'd say there are 2 kind of really key promising practices for moving forward.
Yeah. Let's look at the list here. We've got Kareem asking, what mindset do you look for most in your innovation teams? And it looks like it's a second question from Dan, but it's kind of related, I think. Where do you go looking for those skill sets? So I'll answer first, Catherine, and then you can kind of jump in. And we were actually just having a discussion about this the other day, especially talking about those ecosystem builders. And both of us were kind of saying, gosh, it's hard to find them. Where are they? It's a new, discipline. It's not like there's a course, or you can go and search, titles, other than later on in a panel. I think we've got the first person who actually has ecosystem development in their title coming up on a panel later, but it's not a common way to search for them. So for me, the most important thing, I think, would be receptivity, right? Receptivity to the mindset, somebody who is willing to learn and kind of expand their perspectives. Would be key, because then if those kind of concepts don't already exist from their lived experience, you can perhaps have them grow into them. So to me, that would be the biggest thing, is kind of that receptor capacity.
Yeah, I suppose in this context, definitely the entrepreneurial kind of mindset, willing to test and experiment and learn, and also adapt, because it is challenging for companies to scale and grow. So learning, adapting, and the harsh reality, I think, of making a decision in terms of moving along. So I would say that for me.
Yeah. And then I'm just looking down the list here. We've got Jesse McAllister. And I just will, by the way, mention that most people resonated with Captain Kirk. I'm just looking at the Mentimeter poll. Most of us are Captain Kirks. I'm not sure who Jesse is. Jesse aligns with Captain Kirk or not. But anyways, what Jesse is asking is, do you believe that eventually we'll see all of the accelerators within Alberta and even possibly Canada come together under one umbrella, where each accelerator would have its distinct categories, such as power conversion or agri-tech and so forth? Wow, Jesse, you're dreaming big. I would also love to have that vision. Certainly what we've tried to do here in Alberta is give the accelerators swim lanes so that they're not competing. Right? And it's really been working in collaboration to get them to work within those swim lanes. So I would say that would be an epic dream, Jesse. I'm not sure how soon we would get to that dream, but we're trying, by using those swim lanes to kind of make that collaboration work here, at least in Alberta.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that. I think it's a fabulous question, and as we build momentum, I like to talk about network of networks, accelerators of accelerators, and I really think, not to use the pun of scale and grow, but it would really be scaling and growing this locally, nationally, and internationally. So I would say the aspiration of accelerators is a great idea. And just for you people out there polling, please, where are the SPOCs? Where are the science, the evidence data that drives these better decisions?
Awesome. And this might be for both of us. Kev is asking, how have you used data to learn and adjust during the first year? And so very, very important question. So Samira, who is our evaluation analyst, has been busy at work working directly with the accelerators, and we're capturing as close to real-time data as we can. So at each juncture along the life cycle, so after intake, after a cohort is complete, and then tracking companies all the way out, we collect information back, and we try and then feed it back as fast as possible back to the accelerators through these lessons learned cycles, where we package all of the information. We use a combination of kind of qualitative and qualitative information, and really our role is trying to synthesize it back, meet and have those discussions with the accelerators to say, what worked, what didn't work, and how can we improve going forward. And I would say, down to an accelerator, they've learned from cohort 1 to cohort 2, and they've adapted, right? You've heard, as some of them talking about in the reel that we just showed, learning from, going from a virtual to a hybrid, right? Learning, what resonated with, companies, and a large part of that came from the data collection, from the experience surveys that we, gave to all of the companies. So I would say it's fundamental to fund and fellowship, that learning process and using the tool set of evaluation to help us do that. Catherine?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that
again.
Of
course you would. Of course you would, Catherine. Yes.
So
yes.
I think also, again, from kind of the international evidence base, it came up from Jordan Galley, GALI out of the US, are a network of accelerators, and it's a nice resource for looking to see how they're measuring. And then also touching base with our colleagues locally and internationally, we're really considering, what are those appropriate follow-up times, because it's a sweet spot in terms of allowing enough time for those outcomes to be achieved. But as we heard, from the good, the bad, and the ugly, we want it to be a light touch as well. So that's one area we will definitely be exploring.
And the next one I'm going to give to you, Catherine. It's from Emily, and she goes, how does what we're doing here in Alberta stack up to the USA, Europe, and other places trying to scale and grow?
Okay, I like that. Thank you, Emily.
She's probably a SPOC. I betcha she's a Spock.
Thank you, Spock. And if I could, I would do the hand thing, but I can't, and I'd still be here 10 minutes later. But as you've been hearing for the last few days, and very gratifying and validating, I think, for us, a lot of the principles that were brought into the design here are happening in Europe, UK, and around the world. The principles of assessing over time, including the follow-ups, the principles of the magic in the middle, and that continuous learning, because of course we're learning and adapting from what we're learning from the pilot accelerators to this and moving further. So I think what we're doing here, it really is on a equal level playing field.
And so I like this one from Jamie asking, what kept you going through those roadblocks that you talked about on your journey? And I'm glad you asked that Jamie, because, today's set is about mindset. And originally when I was going to title this session, I was almost going to call it From the Pit of Despair to Epic Results. And I mean that candidly. There's been periods, in this journey where literally you're in despair and tears, going, oh my gosh, this is never going to happen. We're not getting buy-in. It's moving slower than we think. We're not building the relationships. We've got a partner who just isn't getting it. Periods of time where, you're just bawling. And so I would say two things, at least for me personally, that got me through. One is keeping an eye on that North Star, and that, as Kevin, Carol talked about this morning, having that hope about it is possible, right? And so that keeps you going. And the other, quite honestly, I'm going to call it community or friendship. Catherine and I have known each other for many years. We've worked together to build out these models and these frameworks. But having that like-minded person that you can go to and commiserate over beverages or whatever is going to get you through, just knowing that there's somebody else in there passionate about what you're trying to do, I think for me personally is what kind of got me through some of those roadblocks.
So for me, coffee and Jolly Ranchers really worked. And as Risa said, you do doubt yourself, and really looking as well out into what's happening in other places, as part of the building blocks to getting here. We did, in one of the honeycombs that Risa showed, we did have, we invited international people to present on their lived experience, which was the good, the bad, and the ugly. So really learning from each other and having a strong network, a team who covered each other off and had each other's back through, workload tight turnaround times, was really worked. But, the excitement of working on something that you're wanting to affect in terms of the ecosystem is completely stimulating.
Yeah. And so I like this from Amir. He goes, thinking of our previous speaker, Kevin Carroll, how do you stay K-adults in this work? How do you bring play and fun into this work? And it's been a secret of ours, but now it's going to be out into the ecosystem. But Catherine and I, a long time ago, said that when we're doing this type of work, we're only going to work with people who are passionate and fun. And so I think it's seeking out, partners who have that perspective, and not being afraid to let your freak flag fly, right? And I think people will respond to the passion and the fun, and if you don't have that, like honestly, to me that aspect of fun and play is at the heart of Fund and Fellowship, right?
Yeah, I think energy, play, and a desire to do better with like-minded people.
Yeah. And then we'll end with Trevor, who's asking who is best to lead this type of work? A Kirk, a Spock, a Scotty, a Sulu, a Uhura. And I'm going to say that it's all together. And I think that's what we were trying to get at with the kind of triad model, is that you need the Kirk, you need the person who's going to dream big and think about what's possible in the ecosystem and understand the ecosystem. You need the Spock, you need the design thinker, and you need that master implementer who's going to channel all of those other perspectives together. So to me, it goes back to kind of that interdisciplinary kind of focus about those complementary skill sets. Catherine?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add. And I think we are pretty much out of time. So thank you so much for joining us. And back to Stacey.
Thanks so much. And I think I would be Captain Kirk only because I like to do the voice. That's the only reason. All right, just a reminder, the winners for the Rules of the Red Rubber Ball, Kevin Carroll's book. This is like a book like I've never seen before, an inspirational book. We have 10 to give away, and all of the winners of the book were put in the chat. So keep an eye out for that. We're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to hear from DJ Mintu, but first we have a Scale Up Gap Accelerator video, some graduations.
Alto is a comprehensive platform where we make finding home care services easier, faster, and more affordable. We vet every care provider on our platform so our customer can focus on finding the right fit. Global 500 Accelerator was one of the best things we ever done for our company. And I hope every government start focusing a little bit more on programs like this.
Our all-in-one platform provides video masterclasses and degree programs with personalized mentorship. We generated over $500,000 in revenue. We get 15 times more in lifetime revenue than what we spend to acquire customers. And with our first-time seed round, Art Clever will grow up to $40 million in revenue next 4 years.
Delio enables business owners to easily provide same-day local delivery for all their customers. With a click of a button, our customers integrate with us and start competing with the Amazons and Walmarts of the world. That's how we did 10x this year, and now we are scaling to do 10x next year. We all want to support local, but it's been easier not to, until now.
SoMe.ai, the platform that makes digital ads nearly 40% more cost efficient. We are invested by world's leading VCs, has grown more than 3 times in revenues last year and keep growing 20% months on months.
We help emergency managers send alerts in seconds to save lives. With Alertable, they can now prepare and dispatch an alert to everyone, everywhere, in under 60 seconds. Emergency alerting is a $12 billion global industry, growing, for better or worse, at 20% annually as the number of disasters and emergencies continues to rise every year.
Our secret sauce is cleaner retention. While many other cleaning companies went out of business during COVID, we've grown over 300% year over year, and we're at $52,000 GMV. The biggest takeaways from the Accelerator program is to always talk to the customers and continue the experiments to always improve marketing, cleaner experience, and the customer experience. Networking with other startup companies was another perk. We were able to share resources, ideas, success, and failure by learning from each other's mistakes.
We provide low-cost, scalable VR training complete with instructor that attracts the next generation workforce. We increase training capacity by 5 times, reducing training time by 25%. We train from small team all the way to big organizations. We have agreements right now to do another 2 million in the next 12 months.
Propra automates residential property management. We're bringing modern technology to an industry stuck using outdated, non-scalable, and fragmented systems. Since launch just 7 months ago, we have surpassed $250,000 in annual recurring revenue. The Alberta Scale Up and Growth Program changed Propra's trajectory. The access to resources and mentors, experts, and the ecosystem as a whole accelerated our time to market, refined our ideal customer profile, and bolstered our growth. We couldn't be here without our amazing team and excellent partners like Alberta Innovates. Combined, this is giving us an edge to scale quickly.
So welcome. Why are we here? This province needs thousands of more startups. We also need hundreds of those to become thriving, industry-leading, growth-oriented firms. A lot of people have an opinion on how to grow a company, which is why it's so important that we have somebody like Simon Reed, who's actually spent years engaging with literally hundreds of Alberta small and medium businesses to actually figure out what enables growth. And that is the knowledge that we have inserted into this very intensive, not to scare you all, 7-month program called Growth Catalyst.
Us and the team at 126 and Loop, we honestly felt like we were right on, I would say, like the precipice of a big growth spurt. And we saw the growth catalyst and the programs that it offered us the chance to kind of refine what we were doing as a business and really hit the mark as far as what our growth goals and objectives were. The growth catalyst really gives you a good toolkit that you can use and utilize within your business for ongoing sustainable growth, not just one big growth spurt.
We know this program is going to put 100 companies through it. And so that means 100 companies will have a greater impact on our community than they would have otherwise. Strong leaders lead companies. We're going to take 300, 350 leaders through this program in the next 2.5 years. It's about the leaders. It's about making sure you can compete, that you can innovate, and that you can expand to new markets.
What's stopping you? Join us today. Go to growthcatalyst.ca to find out more, and I look forward to welcoming you onto the next cohort.
Thanks so much, DJ Mintu, and welcome back, everyone. Failure doesn't have to be a scary word. Our next session, we learn all about the Museum of Failure and why some businesses are paralyzed by failure and some thrive in spite of it. To introduce our next speaker, it is Andrew Gullner, CEO and founding partner of GrowthX. He's been in the startup scene since 1998 and has been around the world helping businesses get investment ready and retain more ownership. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you very much. I am grateful to be here today with everybody, and it's an honor to introduce Dr. West and also to facilitate a wonderful conversation. And by the way, not just between us, but after a bit of back and forth, we're going to open it up to Q&A. So really look forward to hearing from everybody. But first, let me introduce Dr. West. Dr. West brings a really wonderful and quite pertinent background to this topic of failure. He's a licensed clinical psychologist. His PhD is in organizational psychology. And through his experiences and his interests, he had this wonderful idea and is the founder of what you heard of as the Museum of Failure, which is a touring exhibition of over 160 different failed innovations. And of course, it's not just to celebrate failure for failure, but what we can learn from them. And that's really what we're going to get into today with Dr. West. Dr. West's specialty, which is, I think, really appropriate today and for this audience, is working with teams and organizations around the world to understand and accept the role that failure plays to advance innovation and drive progress, a word that carries such a negative connotation in so many different contexts. But in the context of innovation and driving progress, is there another opportunity to look at it from another perspective? He helps those organizations to improve the acceptance of failure, but also appreciate something called psychological safety. And we're going to get into how that's also important. So, Dr. West, thank you for being here with us today. We're really excited about this conversation. I guess the most obvious, first question, and I think everybody is curious about this museum of failure. Can you tell us about your aha moment and coming up with it, in your words, what it is to you?
Wow, what a great introduction. Thanks. The Museum of Failure is a touring, like you said, a touring exhibition. And the collection, I just want to correct you, their collection keeps growing. I just got 2 donations today. One was a weird toothbrush that is supposed to brush your entire mouth in 10 seconds. Mostly it just vibrates.
Sounds painful.
Anyway, so the Museum of Failure is a collection of failed innovations from around the world. So there's failed, food products, there's failed technology, there's failed a lot of digitals. And we try to have as a wide range of sort of fields and industries as possible.
I bet. I mean, it sounds like there's got to be some interesting things. I'm looking forward to of the opportunity to see more of it. I'm curious. And I'm sure it's changing because, as you say, the collection is always growing. But do you have any personal favorites?
Of all the questions I get, I hate that question the most.
It's so hard to answer, right? How do you
it's like saying which one of your kids is your favorite? It's my daughter.
Anyway, what are you thinking about most this week?
Well, I always like the newest ones, the best. And I have to say, I'm pretty fascinated with this toothbrush. It's called the Amma brush. I don't have a photo of it. And it's just, it's cool because someone thought, hey, brushing your teeth, even with an electric toothbrush, is boring and it takes a while and nothing has changed in 40 years? It's, vibrating brush. So they decided to take this huge sort of challenge of reinventing the toothbrush, something that's just an everyday tool. And and it failed because it doesn't work. But I just think it's so cool that someone actually took that bold step forward and risked failure, unfortunately failing.
Yeah,
I have some. You want to see some photos?
Yeah, if you've got some photos of some cool stuff, that would be neat. I think everybody wants to see some stuff.
Let me see. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see that screen.
Okay, so let's see. Is it a screen or is it full screen?
I think folks can see it. Yeah, there you go. So we've got an overlay of you and the screen.
All right, perfect. So this is some general photos of the exhibition. This was in Minneapolis. It opened in Sweden in 2017. And it's been on tour. This is from Shanghai. If anybody doesn't know about the new Coke, Google it. There's a fantastic Wikipedia article about New Coke and Crystal Pepsi. So basically, corporations, organizations fail. They like to take their failures, sweep them under the carpet, and hope that people just forget about them, which is a waste because you can't really learn from something that you've hidden away somewhere.
That also, doesn't that also imply a shame?
Yeah.
And an organizational, disposition to, thinking about failure as something that's only all bad.
Yeah, the majority of organizations, even the really cool ones, that you would think, would be more open to discussing failure. The majority of organizations, whether they're private organizations, tech stuff, government organizations, doesn't really matter. They are terrified of failure and don't know how to handle it, even the smallest failures. And that's what they do. They hide them away or cover them with corporate bullshit. I don't know how else to say it, but change it and say, no, it wasn't a failure. It was just a challenge that we learned from or something. That's sort of making it impossible to deal with failure in a productive way. So what I like about the Museum of Failure from an innovation perspective is that it's like we shine a light on it and say, we want to hear the stories behind these failures. I
that's really interesting.
I want to show you something. There's some place. This one, do you know this one?
Yes, I do.
You better know this one.
Yes, I do.
This is iconic innovation failure from Apple. 93, they had this awesome personal digital assistant. And the whole idea, this is 93, it's a long time ago. And the idea was it had a handwriting recognition feature, and this was the killer feature. So you would just write your data, enter data by writing with your own handwriting. It would recognize it, etc. And it was supposed to be a kick-ass product. It failed because the handwriting recognition didn't work. It's the killer feature, the whole point, and it didn't work. And the learning from Apple, and everyone made fun of the Apple Newton. It was, like late night TV comedians, the whole tech industry, even The Simpsons made fun of the Apple Newton. And basically, what Apple got wrong, how they screwed up, was they didn't listen to their engineers. The engineers said the technology doesn't work, it's immature. But the leadership said, we got to push it, we'll update it later. And of course, that didn't work out. So the Apple Newton definitely has a big spot in the Museum of Failure. Here's
that's
another
very interesting. But before we move on, and I've got some questions too. We've got a great question from Bob in the audience. How did you go about getting funding for your museum?
Yeah, the funding was important because I had no idea. I thought it was going to be easy and cheap. It turned out to be not easy and not cheap. So I got funding from the Swedish Innovation Fund or Innovation Authority when I opened in Sweden back in 2017. So without the money from the Innovation Fund or Authority, this museum would have taken me 10 years to start, and I probably would have given up a long time ago. So
that's really great. And we've actually got another great question from the audience that John asks, and I really like this one. He asks if you're familiar with something called failure resume, where people are posting. So you are. So for everybody else, what this is, thanks to John, is it is a more true and honest resume. So rather than just putting forward all of your excellent and perfect accomplishments from your best opportunities, also layering in there not just professional highlights, but where things didn't go as you intended, and presumably, as you're pointing out, Dr. West, what these people learned from it. I know when I was very young in my career and I was in politics, I learned a very good lesson early on, which is when you win, you very rarely think about what I could have done better. But when you lose, you eat yourself alive for weeks and months to follow, thinking about every little thing that you could have done differently that maybe would have produced a different outcome. So do you suggest this? Is this something that you've seen, and do you suggest this as a good practice for folks?
I really like the failure resume. It started within academia. This was my huge success as a researcher. But hey, behind the scenes, this is all the funding I didn't get. These are all the research papers that never made it. I think with the failure resume, if we could move towards something like that to become more common, it would definitely destigmatize failure. I mean, we talk about failure in the context like Silicon Valley, fail forward, move fast and break things. It's sort of romanticized, but the rest of the world doesn't really subscribe to that. If you fail, you will be judged for it. And if we could be more open about our failures, we wouldn't suffer so much from them. If it wasn't so painful to share and discuss your failures or your team or your company, then we can start learning from it. But we have this huge barrier of sort of avoiding those uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, I know you have something that you call failure recovery.
Yeah.
How is it that the organizations that are listening in today and watching that want to be able to facilitate entrepreneurism and innovation, and they may be, stakeholders that are also, managing sideways and managing up, and also, by the way, managing down to make sure that entire teams, can kind of avoid that shame. Tell us, what is failure recovery and how can that be used?
I stumbled upon this concept a while ago, and I haven't done much with it more than try to spread it, where a lot of times larger organizations are entirely focused, and they put a lot of resources and time and effort into avoiding failure. And that does make sense. Nobody wants failure, but that also prevents any innovation from happening. So if organizations would put a little bit more effort and resources into dealing with failure when it happens, like recovering from failure and being nimble, more flexible, and being able to quickly recover from both small failures and big failures, I don't think we would be so afraid of it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I know when I'm on the subject, speaking with companies in our portfolio or founders or organizations, I always reference Bob Ross, the American painter, that big hair that just about everybody recognizes nowadays. And, there are no mistakes, only happy accidents, right? If you learn from them, then, isn't it just a little bit of less failure? I'm curious, before
you go on to the next question,
please.
I just want to add, it's just more of a fun sort of quote. Use it with discretion, but I heard this the other day. I stole it immediately. It's not failure if you call it an experiment. So and there's something to that as well. If you decide that right now I'm going to invest some time, I'm going to invest some resources into an experiment, and I'm going to push it, I'm going to go all in there, absolutely. But if it's an experiment and it's framed as such, then the pain, the suffering, the horribleness of failure won't become realized.
I think that's fantastic, and it's also very consistent with a message that we use regularly when we're helping companies to commercialize their innovation, which is you need to walk into the laboratory of business and behave like the scientist. And if you think about that scientist, they're not looking to prove themselves right. They're seeking the truth. And if you're able to set aside your ego and orient yourself towards the truth, maybe to your point, the whole notion of failure, just takes on a different appeal. I'm curious, as you look around your collection, and you've thought, I'm sure, individually about so many of the pieces and their story, and of course, these lessons that you want to, derive from failure, have you spotted any unifying or, any pattern of characteristics, whether it be about the innovation itself or the people that created the innovation, that, seem to share something in common, again, as just a general lesson for all of us to learn?
A great question. I wish, so if I could answer it very sort of confidently, I think I would write a couple of books and become really rich. So unfortunately, I haven't, because the answer is not straightforward. There's a quote by Leo Tolstoy in Anna Karenina. He writes, let's see if I can get this right. All happy families are alike, but every unhappy family is unhappy in their own special way. And I've taken that and just adjusted it to innovation and failure, because I really think that a lot of the success stories sort of share common sort of themes, but the failures at the museum, they fail for the most ridiculous reasons, or the most obvious reasons, or for the most obscure reasons. So I wish I had like, these are the 10 things to do to avoid failure. That being said, there are some themes that are worth mentioning. One is, that's very strong, is if your innovation, your product or your service is overhyped, if it goes viral, or you hype it up too much. This seems to be a theme. Like, if the expectations are so high, you can't possibly deliver on it. It will be a failure. So a lot of companies want their videos, their marketing endeavors to go viral, and that's like the holy grail. I don't think so. Sometimes it's better for your stuff not to go viral, so you can get it right before you become successful at selling it. We have the Ford Edsel is an example of that from 1958. The expectations were sky high and nothing happened. The Segway from 2001 or 2, somewhere there. Also high expectations, didn't meet any, it failed spectacularly, at least economically. And then we have some modern examples from computer games where they're overhyped, and then when they finally arrive, people are disappointed.
Those are great examples. Joanne has a great question for us from the audience that I think is related to what we're talking about, which is there something that you would consider either the most, or what you think is a highlight of the most misunderstood aspect of failure?
Wow, this is also good. I have to think about this one. Say it again. Say it again.
So the most misunderstood, or just a misunderstood, aspect of failure.
Yeah, the thing that first comes to mind is this sort of cult-like focus on the founder, either the founder or the person who had the idea. It seems to me that there's quite a few items in the Museum of Failure where they're this eccentric, strong maverick of a founder who doesn't listen to anyone, or the CEO who doesn't listen to all the naysayers. We kind of worship that. We say that Elon Musk is so badass because he doesn't listen to people. Well, he's not so badass anymore. Or other sort of movers and shakers who don't listen to the people around them. There's some examples in the museum where, if the CEO or the founder would have listened to people around them, whether it's employees or customers, they could have avoided failure. There's good example. The example I'm thinking of right now is the Amstrad emailer. So Amstrad was a big electronics company in the UK. I think they still exist. They were like the company that ushered the United Kingdom into the internet era. And the founder, Sir Alan Sugar, he's like an icon of innovation in the UK. He was insisted that people wanted to have a big bulky telephone with a screen to email, where you would pay per minute. Like, people already had computers, but he insisted for 12 years that they push this product that he had invented, and it killed the company. I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly or well enough, but just because it's the founder or a big name or a successful business person doesn't mean that their ideas are always right.
Oh, that's very, very interesting. I appreciate that. there's a question that from Tasneem directed to me, but I want to bring it up in the context of, I think, which could also be a question to you. Tasneem asked about, whether I think entrepreneurs or founders are generally good at dealing with failures. And the way I would answer it rather, and then, think about it as a question for you. For me, dealing with early company stage founders all the time, people who have that fire in their belly, who, as I like to describe, choose to work in their store, not someone else's store. That's how I describe an entrepreneur. I think part of the psyche, part of the relative comfort level with the relatively uncomfortable of being an entrepreneur oftentimes carries with it a higher tolerance for failure and acceptance that there are going to be disappointments along the way. And again, orienting it towards, wanting to learn and get better, because oftentimes it's perceived failures of context that drives people to be the entrepreneur and want to do it better. In your world, as you've seen it kind of more generally, is when you're working with organizations, are you talking about how much do you talk about the people and the type of people that you are attracting and employing and how you're training them, and how much do you talk about the quote organization?
I mean, the people do make the organization, but my main focus, as you mentioned in the introduction, is how do you create a culture within a team or even on an organizational level, how you create that culture that allows people, it's psychological safety that allows people to be vulnerable, allows them to ask stupid questions, it allows them to admit and discuss failure without being punished by the rest of the team. And I think you can see that. I've seen that. I'm not an investor or venture capitalist, but I've worked with enough startups to see that you can feel it within the team if the leader should be worshipped and they never, they're a guru that never screws up, or if they have a culture within that small team that allows them to be open and frank about what's going on. And I'm sure you've seen that as well with the teams or the companies you've startups that you've worked with, that culture is something you either have or you don't. And luckily there's a lot of research done on psychological safety that sort of guides us, like how can we establish that with existing teams. But I think sometimes with startups you can just feel it. They've got that safe spot.
Tell us more about psychological safety, because I know that's important in the work that you do with organizations as an organizational psychologist and someone who channels that, most especially to help those organizations better harness innovation. Tell us what is psychological safety, and how can our audience today use that practically in their job?
So psychological safety, I'm in love with the concept. And it fits perfectly. I loved it before I started Museum of Failure, but it fits perfectly with the aim of the museum. It's a concept. It's quite easy to explain, but it's difficult to establish. It's a feeling within a team that you won't be punished or penalized for taking interpersonal risk, for taking risks, social risks within the group. And what I mean by that is by being vulnerable. If you're vulnerable in front of your team, if it has psychological safety, they won't roll their eyes or say, "Yeah, typical you. You're a loser. You're stupid," or ask that question that you should know the answer to. If you would have read the notes in preparation of the meeting, you should have known this. And then you stupidly ask that question to the team. that's another example. Or asking questions because you don't know. I mean, not having ultimate knowledge of everything is very human. And so psychological safety is that feeling or that sense within the team that you can bring your full self to work within the team. Was that a good explanation? It's basically, I mean, when you're working with your team, and if you can admit that you did something that you regret, or you did something that was wrong, and you can have a discussion about it, and people won't be blaming you for it, that's probably a sign of that you have pretty good psychological safety, or asking somebody for help. And as far from the museum's message of, teaching people to both appreciate failure and understand that we need to accept failure if we want innovation, but we also have to improve our learning from failure, and you can't learn from failure unless you have psychological safety.
That makes a lot of sense. And some of it is about, giving yourself permission to take the risk and failure. And in a large organization, as you say, it's really just a collection of the activities of the people that inhabit the organization. Do you have particular advice, or have you seen examples of some practical tips that we can share today, not about what I in an organization could do, not what I can do to create a team that thinks bigger and accepts risk and is not afraid, but what about when I have a team and I'm trying to do that, but my manager isn't very good at it? How do I do this up in an organization and not just down?
I honestly, I don't know. That seems like an impossible scenario, and it's quite common as well. I did a workshop for a very successful financial services provider, and had lunch, and it was a great, talk and workshop. Everything was good. I was like on a speaker's high afterwards, and we had lunch with the director. It was all good. And then he tells me, when other people were getting their food, he says, "Hey, Sam, that was great. I really love your stuff, and all my staff, they need to know this. But it's not relevant to me because my boss has zero understanding." And I think, and that's it's sad, but it's a reality. And I don't think you can change when it comes to psychological safety. I don't think you can have a whole lot of effect going upward in the organization, because the best way to establish psychological safety is by role modeling that behavior, and that usually spreads horizontally or down in an organization. So sadly, that's a sad situation.
Well, no, but I mean, and on the flip side, Lillian asks a really wonderful question about whether do you have a psychological safety or vulnerability, role model or hero? Is there a person or a organization or experience that you hold out as someone that you use as a benchmark?
Yeah, for sure. It's one of my questions that I ask when I do workshops for psychological safety. I ask people to first think about a team they've worked on that's been absolutely miserable, like low psychological safety, and what made it so horrible, because it's fun to talk about bad things like that, and horrible bosses and colleagues. And then the next question is like, what experience do you have? Because most of us, we've worked in various teams. A good experience, and my awesome experience was when I worked as a clinical psychologist. I worked on a team that treated chronic pain and chronic migraines. It's really, really difficult, and the success rates are very, very small. And the doctor on that team, they're like the head psychologists are like down on the floor. The doctors are like the gods. And this doctor, he made sure everybody on the team, from me to the nurses, from the physiotherapists, everybody chimed in, and he wanted everybody's input around each patient, and our success rates were way higher than anybody else because everybody's voice was heard. And for me, that's like, he's awesome. And he didn't even know what psychological safety is.
Oh, that's fantastic. You know, almost a different way to ask a similar question, asking both of us, you know, is there a professional failure, Dr. West, that in your personal experience that kind of scared you the most, or you know, ended up being something that impacted you the most, that you derived the most lesson from?
Yeah, for sure. I have a whole list. One, I have a funny one and a not so funny one. I started a company several years ago with the wrong person, and it came back to bite me with lawsuits. It was horrible. Cost me a lot of money and pain and suffering. So yeah, don't start a company with it. Be very careful who you start a company with. That was the painful one, which has made me more aware of, you know, who I engage when there's bigger projects, or even talking about starting businesses. I'm much more selective now about that. On the funny note, when I started Museum of Failure, when I got the idea for the museum, I was like, oh wow, this is awesome. This idea is awesome. So immediately I went and registered the domain museumoffailure.com, and then I had some beer because I wanted to celebrate. And then I got the invoice. The next day in the email, it said, congratulations, you own museumoffailure.com. So I'm the only curator of a museum who can't spell the word museum.
Well, I mean, that's what you get for moving fast and breaking things.
Exactly. You screw up on the names.
Yeah. And, you know, for me, Greta, you know, I like to think, and I hope I like to behave in a way that, you know, I really believe that experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. You know, that's a little bit of my spin on it. So like, you know, I've got too many instances of failure in my history to be bringing them up now. But, you know, I do think that, you know, what resonates so deeply with me, with the things that Dr. West teaches, really reflective of, you know, the nouns don't change, right? Whatever has occurred, and those are the nouns that you're facing. And I think if you approach it with the mindset of abundance and not scarcity, and you look at that noun, you look at the situation as an opportunity and not as a challenge, and you are a little more clinical and work the problem, because every failure is an opportunity to learn and get better. And equally, you know, my philosophy in life, whether it's working with founders or raising my two daughters, is, you know, my goal is to be just less wrong tomorrow than I am today. And I think these mantras that translate into behaviors that hopefully become the promise of experience, which is ultimately your brand, for me, you know, is the best way to face these failures that are going to occur. Okay, so now they've occurred. So you're in an organization, this failure has occurred. What are you going to learn from it? And what are you going to do about it? That to me is what resonates so deeply with what Dr. West has done. But really great. And by the way, another really thoughtful question from the audience. These are great questions, by the way, from the audience. I mean, really enjoying this. Vlad asks a very thoughtful question about how do you link the steps that need to be taken from what I just laid out, what you obviously have been talking about. How do you link the openness to failure, your approach to failure, the mindset, to the actually stopping and solving and improving, so that as you go forward, you're making new mistakes, not the same mistakes, and you're advancing, right? How do you how do you connect that openness to the failure step with the solving, improving step?
Yeah, I mean, that's where that's the good stuff. When learning, when you screw up, something goes wrong, it's a failure. What do you do to actually extract some kind of learning from that? And it's, it's so you have to be respectful. Like even if we're like, now we're talking about failure and failure museum, there's fuck up nights, there's a failure resume, there's a lot going on sort of to try to bring failure and sort of bring it out of the closet and say, let's talk about it. It's still painful and it's still uncomfortable, and we still avoid it. So just being respectful of that. Once you get over that and you're willing to have a discussion about failure, one thing that's kind of tricky is that it's not straightforward, because it's not about, oh, we failed because of A, or whatever the variable is. Most of the research is quite or recommends that we actually go to the second and third level of explanations of failure. So instead of, okay, so you failed, your team, you did something, it cost a lot of money, it's shame, you should have known better, whatever, it's this uncomfortable conversation. What we tend to do in a group, even if there's high psychological safety, is we tend to sort of, when somebody throws out an explanation, says, I think it's because of this, and everybody says, oh, that's credible, that's plausible. Yeah, fine, we got the explanation. Let's move on to, other more enjoyable agendas. To extract knowledge from these failures, we have to be able to stop and say, hey, is there any other reason? Is there any? So I like the example from the aviation industry, is that there was a plane, a brand new airplane with super competent pilots that crashed at San Francisco airport. I don't know, I say a few years ago, it was probably 10 years ago. And the weather was great, everything was perfect. And the analysis then is, well, it crashed because it landed too quickly. It was too high, the speed was too high. And then, okay, well, in a corporate setting, we'd go, okay, great, we have an explanation, let's go home, But in aviation, they're like, okay, so why did that happen? And they keep digging until they get a good answer. In this case, it was a Korean airline where the hierarchy was so strong in the cockpit that the co-pilot couldn't inform the pilot and question the pilot's rapid descent. And that's what crashed the plane. So you don't get the sort of the real explanations of failure unless you're willing to sort of dig there. And to dig and to explore, you have to be somewhat comfortable or not suffering while you have those discussions. Sorry, that was a really long way to explain.
No, it's a really great point. And I remember that story, and you're referring to the power distance between different cultures. Sometimes it is a youthful difference. Sometimes it is a class of person in their culture difference. Sometimes it's a gender difference. And it's really interesting that, and again, you're talking about the willingness to continue asking those questions and not being afraid of the answers, right? Being open to wanting to be less wrong. As we kind of wind down in the last few minutes, is that the biggest takeaway for our audience today? Again, who are interested in this subject because they want to push themselves and they want to push their organizations to think about failure differently and to harness it in a way that allows them to think bigger and accept risk, and that's necessary. Is that the biggest takeaway? Is really just, do you need to start by orienting yourself and how you think about it, and come up with a framework to begin influencing those around you just about how you're reacting to the word failure? That
is the whole. Yes, I mean that the whole sort of the main aim of the museum and everything that I do is to get people to be willing to have this these discussions, and to understand how important they are. So that is the main sort of ambition. I do think it's important to understand the difference between good failure and bad failure. It's kind of like failure 101, to understand that even if we just have one word for failure, there is good and bad, and they should not be treated alike. So the good failure is failure that's done in the name of progress, pushing the envelope further. Failure that's done in experimentation and exploration. That's the good stuff. That's what we want. And failure done in that arena or that context should be rewarded or encouraged. Whereas we also have that bad failure when people don't follow instructions, when they're incompetent, when deviant, any kind of failure that could have been prevented, that it's predictable, that is still bad, and that should still be, there should still be consequences. It should still be penalized and punished by the organization. But the important thing is that we try to separate it, that we don't treat all failure the same. And that's unfortunately what happens, is that all failure is like, oh, it's bad, and then
that's a great, I think that's a great last lesson to end on today. Not all failure is created equally. And so if there's only one takeaway for the audience today, is make sure you're thinking about failure differently, and from there taking all the amazing advice that Dr. West has shared today. So thank you very much. I mean, we could go on. We've run out of time, but the audience wants us to go on, which is good. There's a demand for this conversation and for what you've done with the Museum of Failure. So thank you, Dr. West, for sharing your insights with everybody.
Thank you so much, Andrew and Samuel. Certainly not a failure. Lots of people wanting that to extend, but of course we do have a schedule and a terrific performer up on tap. But first, I would like you to watch your screen to take a look at Dr. West's video, Museum of Failure.
The Museum of Failure is a collection of failed innovations. It's products, it's services, we have food stuff, high-tech stuff, old items, new items. They're obscure items from around the world.
It is a cool, fun exhibit. Some of these, like, what were they thinking?
You walk around in the museum, you see the big boys, Google, Apple, Microsoft, etc., etc. You see that they fail when they try something new, when they push their boundaries. And they all are at the museum to teach us that we need to accept failure, and there will be no progress without failure.
And if you're in Sweden, check out the Museum of Failure. It looks pretty cool. And of course, ensure if you are around, make sure that you are around noon. So in the next hour or so, we are going to be drawing for our large door prize, and you have to be signed in to win it. 2-night stay in the Calgary Hotel and tickets to Inventures 2023. Right now, really excited to introduce our next performer, who is the first and only powwow dancer to dance at ice level for an Edmonton Oilers game. That's a big deal. Daryl Breton is from Saddle Lake Cree First Nation. He showcases the pride he has for his culture through dance. Let me welcome to the stage, Daryl Breton.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm very thankful and grateful to be here. Shout out to Alberta Innovates. Thank you guys so much for hosting this event and putting this on, and everything that you do for all of the people throughout Alberta. My name is Daryl Breton Jr. I'm 23 years old from Saddle Lake Cree Nation, and I'm actually a young father. I have 2 children. So I have a 5-year-old that's actually going to be 6 pretty soon here next week, and then I have a 3-year-old that's going to be 4 next year. And for me, I took my negative and I actually turned it into a positive, because a lot of people, it's frowned upon being like a young parent. Like I was 17 years old in high school when I found out I was going to be a young father. So a lot of people, they normally frown upon that, but that actually helped me in my journey, because everything that I've done in my life is for my children, and all the jobs that I've had, all the different opportunities that have landed in my hands, I've been able to build and become the person that I'm destined to be, the Daryl that I'm destined to be. So what I currently do right now is actually something that's pretty innovative as well. So what we do is I work with First Nation communities and tribal councils throughout Canada and as well as North America. So what do I do with all these First Nation communities? So what we actually have done back in 2018, one of our clients in Treaty 8 territory, Driftpaw Cree Nation, located in northern Alberta, they actually came back to us with a problem. They said, hey, we have 50% of our registered population of the nation living off of the community. Our members are complaining. They feel like they're not a part of the community. They don't know what's going on. And they were lost. They didn't know what to do because they had Facebook, they had the email, MailChimp, they had their website, and their messages, their updates still weren't getting out to the community members, whether they're on or off the community, right? So then we took that problem and we brainstormed some ideas and we thought, hey, it's 2018. Everybody has a smartphone nowadays. So why not create an app? Why not a mobile application where you can literally send push notifications no matter where you are on Mother Earth, and you can send push notifications with the latest news, events, jobs, documents, forms, and surveys. So what we've been able to do for Driftpaw Cree Nation is create them their very own mobile application. So we have Driftpaw's logo, we have their colors, the name of their nation all over. Even when you go to the Apple Store and Google Play Store, it says developed by Driftpaw Cree Nation. It doesn't even say developed by our software company because they're a government entity, a government organization. So therefore, like due to like Apple and Google's developer policies, like you actually have to have, like due to copyright reasons and stuff like that, you have to have the organization as a developer profile. So anyways, Driftpaw Cree Nation was the very first client of ours for Communicate, which is the name of our app technology. And then from there, Driftpaw Cree Nation, their app started to get noticed by other First Nation communities. So like another nearby nation saw Driftpaw's app and they're like, hey, we want this for our nation. Another nation saw that nation's app and they're like, hey, we want that for our community. And then it started spreading by word of mouth, just like wildfire, like on the forest, like it just starts spreading. And then from there, from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, they accumulated 22 First Nations and tribal councils just by word of mouth referrals, just referring business. And referred business is the best type of business because that means that you're doing a good job. Just like I was referred here. So I think I'm doing a good job. Just kidding. Okay. Anyways, so in 2021, June, that's when they brought me on board. And from there, I was able to take the company from 22 First Nations and tribal councils. And within 8 months, I was able to double the size of the company. And then by my 1 year mark, I was able to triple the size of the company. And as of right now, we have 89 First Nations and tribal councils across Turtle Island, across Canada, that use our technology. And just signed up one recently last week. They're located in Treaty 8 territory, northern Alberta. And they are Dene the First Nation. They're located by High Level, which is far, far north. And then also last week, I signed up Squamish Nation, which is located right by Vancouver, just on the other side of the river there, on the other side of the water. So these nations, progressive Indigenous leaders, they see the value, they see the opportunity to help implement this communication tool because a lot of their members are all over throughout the country, Canada. And I don't want to take up too much time because I don't have too much time. So I'm going to get into it with my power regale. I'm going to talk about what I'm wearing here today. So I am a men's fancy bustle dancer, and I'll do a little spin for you. So on my back, I have some feathers. I have my bustles, so my shoulders, and then I have my bustles around my waist as well. And then in my hands, I also will have my whipsticks as well. So my hands have my whipsticks. On my arms, I have my arm bustles. On my head, I have my eagle feathers that rock back and forth. And I have all these colors, all of these ribbons and everything like that. So what does it mean? What does it represent? Why do I wear it? Why do I do what I do? So I was taught that the men's fancy bustle, they originated in the 1800s. So think back long, long time ago, and think of a circus. So there was a circus, and it was basically like a circus. You travel from city to city, town to town. They do their performance. They jump through the flames and the fire and everything like that, right? So it's the same thing, but it was called Buffalo Bill's Wild West Show. And they would have a powwow showcase of the different powwow categories. men's traditional, men's grass, men's chicken, and so on and so forth. And then from there, they wanted something that was more of a wow factor that would generate more ticket sales and bring more audience to increase the revenue. So they thought, hey, how about let's create a new category that's more eye-catching, more flamboyant, more energetic. And the men's fancy bustle out of the 4 men's categories is the fastest style out there on the Power Trail. And yeah, so that's the story of the men's fancy bustle. It originated in the 1800s with the Wild Wild West show. And what you see here is pieces of my regalia from all over Turtle Island. So my beadwork was done by a lady named Marissa Mitswing. She's from Sweetgrass, Saskatchewan. And my featherwork that I'm wearing all over, my bustles, on my arms, my whipsticks, was done by a gentleman named Eric Mentuck, and he's from Wayway, Sakapo in Manitoba. And then my roach right here, my porcupine hair, this is actually the hair of a porcupine, like this hair right here. It was done by a gentleman named Luke Cloud, and he's from South Dakota. And there's pieces from all over, from people that specialize in making that art, making that craft, right? So I only want the best of the best, and that's what you see here today. And I hope that I can put on my best performance for everybody tuning in here live. So thank you so much for having me, and I hope you guys enjoy the men's fancy bustle.
Anytime you're ready, Northern Cree, take it away.
Ones in the chat if you like what you see. Drop some ones.
Do. Here we go. Here we go.
so much, Daryl, for sharing that with us. You're a little out of breath, so I'm not going to put you on the spot and have to talk to us. I was talking to Daryl a little bit earlier. He says he performs about 50 times a year, as well as being a tech entrepreneur. So thank you so much for joining us today. Right now, while we set up for our next presenter, I'd like to introduce this video from Prairie's Can. Welcome back, everyone. In this panel, we're going to hear from major North American innovation funders and support agencies about their philosophy for growth. Our moderator today is Jasper Bays, Director of Impact Action Lab at Alberta Innovates. He is an organizational psychologist, master facilitator, also a choral singer. So to hit all the right notes, here's Jasper.
Thank you, Stacey, and very happy to have on our last day of Mindset here these funder perspectives today. So I'm going to do my best to channel the conversation so that you can hear as much as possible about their mindset when it comes to funding and supporting the ecosystem. So let me do a quick round of introductions. Welcome here in the studio. I'll say first hi to Doug Holt, the Associate VP of Investments at Alberta Innovates. Doug has over 20 years of experience in the fields of financial services, technology and education, managing high-functioning teams and designing and implementing corporate strategies. And at Alberta Innovates at the moment, Doug oversees the corporation's research and investment into Alberta's post-secondary institutions, entrepreneurs, and accelerators. Welcome, Doug. Nice to have you here. And I'm just trying to see where I can see our online folks. No? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm also happy to introduce here in person Carla Peterson, Senior Innovation Advisor with PSIET, that's Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Carla moved from the brewery industry into academia at Olds College and then onto Canada-wide innovation work where she works with government and non-government resources in a simplified and customized approach to help them grow and scale faster. So welcome in the studio here, Carla. We look forward to talking with you today. I'm also very happy to introduce online Jennifer Shee, the Director of Ecosystem Development, U.S. Small Business Administration. Jennifer works to build these inclusive environments across government agencies across the United States. So we're very interested to hear Jennifer's perspectives and points of view today. And finally, I'm also very happy to welcome online with us today Sheila Hayes. Sheila is the Director General of Business Innovation and Community Development at Prairie's Economic Development Canada, where she focuses on, over the last 13 years, on various management and executive roles to support the ecosystem from that point of view. So thank you. I can see you there. Sheila, welcome, and thank you, Jennifer. So that is our panel. Let's see. We're at Mindset, and we're talking about ecosystem-wide perspective. So I'm going to throw it over to the panel immediately with our first question. And I will ask each of the panelists to answer this one, and I'll throw it to each of you by name. I'll ask Sheila first. Can you describe highlights of your own mindset, your philosophies or your approaches and your organizations when it comes to investing and supporting innovators and entrepreneurs?
Sure, thanks, Jasper. And it's really great to be here. And I just wanted to say congratulations to Alberta Innovate for running such a successful week-long event. Really amazing job, so thank you. So just getting into the question, for context, I'll give you a quick overview of the organization and what we do, and then I'll drill down a bit into our mindset discussion. So Prairies Economic Development Canada, or Prairies Can, is a federal regional development agency for the prairies. So if you talk about mindset, like overall, our job is to create the conditions for economic growth and to de-risk the things that are important foundations for that growth. We used to include British Columbia, but the change to the purely prairies focus has allowed us to expand our footprint and staff presence throughout the region and become more integrated into the local economic development ecosystems and have a better understanding of their needs and challenges. So from an innovation perspective, Prairies Can supports innovation through two main streams of programming. One is support for not-for-profit organizations that provide business development and tech commercialization and capacity building services to the ecosystem with a key focus on diverse and inclusive growth. The other stream is actually what I'll probably focus on today is we provide direct funding to business through our business scale-up and productivity program. And this has a focus on high growth firms that are really looking to get to that next level to expand into a new market or product line or just expand in general. Through this program, we offer repayable funding between $200,000 and $5 million, which is interest-free, it's unsecured, and we don't take equity, so the funds are non-dilutive. The project can last up to 3 years. We provide a 1-year grace period, and then repayment of the principal is due 5 years, due over 5 years at interest free. So that's our programming in a nutshell. So when it comes down to the investment mindset, like I said, we're really looking to be facilitators of economic growth. So we're not looking to play in the same space as traditional banks, and we're not motivated or we're motivated, I guess, by different factors than private investors. This is not a revenue stream for us. We aren't looking for a quick exit. We're not looking to profit from interest charges. We're really patient funders looking to help companies achieve sustained and manageable long-term growth. I'd say our return on investment is not what the traditional investors are looking for. It's really the economic impacts that are generated in our region through additional jobs created by the companies we support and seeing their economic growth occur here in the prairies. So I'd say we're willing to take on a higher level of risk than traditional lenders because we are filling a gap and we have different motivating factors. But we still need to weigh that in relation to, I guess, our role as stewards of public funds, I guess. So we do still undergo deep due diligence the way that any other funder would do when we're evaluating our applications, because we have to ensure that the public is getting good value for money through our investment decisions. So one of our principles that we've been really working on is client experience matters in this space. Our clients are small and mid-sized companies. They're already stretched, and we know that the government does not have the best reputation for client experience. So we really have to manage that public accountability that I just talked about with trying to strive for a positive and an efficient client experience. I'd say it's evolving. We haven't got it perfect, but talking about innovation, it's an opportunity for us to innovate our systems and processes and continually iterate to make sure we're trying to be better. For example, we've moved from a request for proposal model to a continuous intake of applications because we know that companies' growth plans don't always mesh with our budget cycle. And it allows us to move at least a little bit closer to the speed of business. We've also started out this process when we started 10 years ago in this space. We were pretty opaque. I think I'm saying that word right. we're really non-transparent. We were not there wasn't a lot of back and forth with applicants, but we've really become much more transparent in our process. And we encouraged a lot of back and forth. We encourage clients to come to us, to talk to us before they even apply, and we can give the best advice if they're not a good fit at this time, and maybe try to find them elsewhere. So we're probably running up on time, but overall, I would just say, in terms of government size, we are quite a small agency, small department. So one of our principles is that we need to use that to be more nimble and to be more responsive to what the ecosystem needs.
Thank you, Sheila. What a great exposition, and I love your prairies and foothills art behind you. Carla, I'm going to ask you the same question. Can you tell us your mindset when it comes to investing and supporting ecosystem growth?
Of course. Well, I think Sheila did such a great job doing it as a context for government in general. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do at Innovation Canada. So we have two different kind of areas. So first we have services. So within our services, we have what's called our Business Benefits Finder. This is where any company can go in and they can do it, it's 11 o'clock at night. You're trying to find out, is there a government service for you? You put in where you're located, what are your needs, and what do you want to do? And it will bring up a localized funding sources that you can connect to very quickly. We also then have our BizPal, which could be any organization, be it starting a new convenience store or an IT app, can go in and find out what regulations do they need for the city they're located. We then have our IP service where you can look for and license publicly funded IP. And then we have what I do in my department, which is our accelerated growth service. And within that, this is where we bring an entire government team around a company to help them grow and scale faster. And each one is going to be a bespoke team for that company's needs. And we work with them for about 18 months. Then we have our funding areas. So the three funding areas we have are superclusters, which there's 5 across the country. We have our Strategic Innovations Fund, and then we have Innovation Solutions Canada. So with the Strategic Innovation Fund, this is where we're looking for projects that are large scale. So your project would have to be 30 million plus for the government to come in, and they're looking for projects that are going to be very IP rich and keeping that IP in Canada. When we're looking at the superclusters, this was a way for the government to look at 5 of our anchor industries and to say, let's not just fund one group, how do we create partnerships? And so they want at least 2 people from each of those groups to work together and then work with researchers and or academia to start to develop those technologies faster and implement them better, and so that we work a little bit more cohesively. And then within our Innovation Solutions Canada, this is where we look to put out a government challenge. And within that government challenge, companies can say, I think I have a solution for you. If that feasibility works for the government, they'll then give you some money to help develop it. And then if what you've developed works, the government can be your first client. So that's kind of the frame of what we do. And within, I guess I'd say where we try to go within Innovation Canada is how can we support innovative companies at all levels? So from early stage all the way up to that $100 million project. And how can we, as Sheila was talking about, create economic development, create more growth in the country, and ideally create more export and make Canada known as an amazing company for developing new and innovative technology.
I'm hearing that common thread so far of the client centricity, no one size fits all, meet them where they're at, but also something about a vast range of scale, depending on where they're at in the journey. Thank you for sharing that. And before I come back into the studio to Doug, I want to ask our American panelist, Jennifer, can you tell us about your investment mindset? You shared with us in preparation that you have to think about small business development across multiple federal agencies across the United States. Can you tell us how you think about supporting innovation and entrepreneurship in your systems?
Yes, and thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. Actually, I think Sheila and Carla described pretty much everything that I would want to describe about how the US federal government also thinks about how we're supporting innovation, high growth startups, and there are many, I think, very similar programs. So the key thing about sort of where I sit, which is the US Small Business Administration, that I think is a little bit different maybe in structure, is that the US Small Business Administration is the go-to resource and voice for small businesses specifically, so industry agnostic, whether it's a convenience store, barbershop, brewery, or the next nuclear power energy generator, and medical technologies. So our core piece is that our administrator is a cabinet level advisor and voice for the 33 million small businesses that are in the US. And so through that, really what we focus on as an agency is empowering entrepreneurs and small business owners with the resources and support that they need to start, grow, or expand, also recover from disaster. And really, we do this through extensive partnerships. So rather than directly funding any companies ourselves, we work with many loan providers through the banks and a network of different public and private organizations. So where I sit is the Office of Investment and Innovation, where we specifically do focus on high growth small businesses. And on the investment side, we have a program called the Small Business Investment Companies, SBIC program, which is really like a fund of funds almost, where we, the federal government, will act somewhat like a limited partner in a fund to invest in small businesses that are looking to grow. And where probably was more similar to some of the work that you're all doing on maybe frontier tech and innovation and research and development focused small businesses and startups, is our innovation side, which really leads programs across 11 different US federal agencies that fund science, research, and development. And so this is what we like to call America's Seed Fund, the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs, SBIR and STTR, which now has been over $4 billion of non-dilutive grants and contracts, capital to small businesses to do research and development and furthering the mission. So because it's $4 billion a year, and those dollars are actually distributed specifically by these different science funding agencies. So, we separately have the Department of Defense, the Department of Health and Human Services, the National Science Foundation, NASA, so each of those agencies operates their program specifically on their own, really independently. And SBA's role is really in setting the policy, the conditions, and working together through partnership with these agencies and empowering them to meet their mission. And so whether that's their scientific mission, or meeting their scientific mission through small businesses. And really, I think that's kind of a key role and part of the mindset that SBA plays. I recall one of our previous panelists also mentioned being a fairly small agency. And so we are also, SBA is a fairly small agency ourselves. And so I feel like the mindset actually across SBA is as a small business as well, right? So we have a very entrepreneurial mindset in that we cover a lot of ground, have a lot of different work to do, and see the power in partnerships, right? And finding those relationships that are going to help complement the work that we do and the information that we have and the connections that we have with small businesses, and how we can support all of the different missions across the US government. And so I think through that America Seed Fund role in particular, we really help connect and coordinate across the science funding agencies that really focus and know the technical side with the entrepreneurship and economic development lens.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. It sounds like there are things in common. I like your focus on partnership. And I like this idea of, even though you work with very large funding agencies, that you, in your DNA, you can feel the pains and the gains of the small businesses because you have to run as a relatively small team yourself. So thank you, panelists so far. Doug, over to you here in studio. Doug, you've heard things about partnership. You've heard about meeting people where they are, scaling with them. You think about this from an Alberta and an Alberta Innovates point of view. What is key to your mindset when it comes to funding and supporting entrepreneurship and ecosystem growth?
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say welcome to my peers, both in the U.S. here and in partners in Canada. It's nice to have you here with us today. And I'd also like to just call out Risa and Marlene on the tremendous job they've done with organizing this event. We're so thrilled to be able to host. I'm going to approach it maybe a little bit different than the other speakers. My background is in investment management, and so I'm going to look at it maybe more from a risk continuum perspective. And it's interesting the way you phrased it in terms of innovators and entrepreneurs. And I think it's important to note that innovation begins long before commercialization. And the investment that goes into our post-secondaries around those researchers that are doing that early stage research to develop new technologies, new opportunities, that investment is absolutely critical. And it is what feeds the front end of the funnel to create those later stage opportunities. As it relates to entrepreneurs, though, maybe I'll talk about it a little bit in terms of the gaps that I see in the ecosystem. When you're just getting off the ground, yes, we have some seed funds, we have some opportunities there, but a lot of that early stage capital is tough to find, and it's tough to get your business going. And you might have a great idea, but it can lead to nothing if there isn't some supports along the way. And in Canada, we're so fortunate to have so many different types of supports. And one of the things we do at in Alberta Innovates well is support that early stage investment. And when we're supporting that early stage investment, we're looking at things, from an investment standpoint around, number one, people. Everything comes back to people. What have they done? Who are they partnered with? Do they have experience in the space? If they don't have experience in the space, are they coachable? Who have they put around them? What are they sort of building as their advisory team? And then we start to dive into things like product or idea. And I mean, do we have product market fit? If so, how? Do you have any traction, or is this field of dreams type of stuff, and you're telling a good story? Are they developing something that's scalable? And is there opportunity to take this beyond the borders of Alberta and make this something that is, we are in a digital economy after all, something that can be carried out to the world? And so those are some of the key elements that we look at when we think about that innovation and entrepreneurship. But again, I guess the last piece I would leave you with is the one I started with, is that it's the full continuum that needs to be taken into account.
You can't just jump in at the glossy nice stages. There's a lot of pre-work before things go to funding rounds.
Well, there sure is. Yeah, there sure is. I mean, the opportunity that Alberta has in artificial intelligence today is a direct result of decisions that were made 20 years ago in research. And that's just one example of how the continuum works and how the funnel flows through.
Thank you, Doug. And I see our audience are already posting questions, but it's such a nice opportunity to have these speakers here together. I'm going to go through one second round of questions. So with our context set, I'll ask in a bit of a quick fire way. Let's talk about what's emerging. What mindsets will be key for what's coming that we might not have yet, or that you're starting to see? Like, how are mindsets having to change to adapt to the possibilities that are coming and the challenges that are coming? And so I will start this time with Doug. We'll do it the other way around. Doug, what's emerging? How do investor and ecosystem supporters, investors and ecosystem support systems have to change their mindset to adapt with the opportunities and the risks coming?
I think we have to be flexible, and we can't have predetermined conclusions about how the market's going to go or what trends we need to be looking at. If anything I've seen in Alberta is that I don't know what the next unicorn is going to be. We have Benevity in fintech, we've got Jobber, we've got, we have Neo in fintech, we've got Benevity in the social enterprise, we've got Jobber, we've got Simon coming up. They're all over the place, and so there's a number of different areas where you just have to trust that the entrepreneurs know their market and do the due diligence, but let it grow and develop in itself. In terms of trends and where I do see some opportunities, I call it a confluence, and it's a confluence of how emerging technologies will come together and be used together, whether that's artificial intelligence and say blockchain or the likes of that. How do the two technologies come together, create stronger opportunities? And I think that'll be one of the trends that we start to see growing.
Thank you, Doug. Let's go back to Jennifer. Jennifer, how do you see mindset needing to change?
I think there are two big trends that I see. I'll start with the really big challenge that I see right now, which is, really the tension between the need for national security and thinking about risks from bad actors, and the need for this flourishing open research enterprise, right? It's so valuable to have a global perspective and connections and community, but there are individuals who are bad actors, and so that's a big tension that I see there, which can add a lot of bureaucracy in trying to figure that piece out. The positive trend that I see, though, is that for everyone involved becoming more customer centric, similar to how we instruct entrepreneurs to think about the end in mind, think about who is going to be participating. I'm really excited that, for example, the US federal government is trying to think about how all of the forms that we ask for are impacting the people we're asking for and getting in the way of facilitating and incentivizing the efforts that we actually want. And then identifying that full breadth of customers and particularly around the partnering and ultimately, all of us working together and building entrepreneurship ecosystems and innovation ecosystems with the entrepreneur and innovator at the center.
Thank you. That's a great perspective. I like that tension. Carla, how do our mindsets need to change to deal with the opportunities and risks coming down the curve?
Well, I think I kind of like what Doug said is we don't know what we don't know. And I think having that openness and flexibility to be able to say that maybe the path that we thought 5 years ago was going to be what success is, that we realize things have changed, that a pandemic happened, or new technology is emerging faster than we expected, that we can change and we can change quickly as we expect entrepreneurs to do. I think we ask entrepreneurs and startups to do a lot of things, and I think we need to make sure we do them too. That we pivot quickly. And then the other thing that I think is great, and I think that we're doing it right here, is collaboration. And collaboration between municipalities, provinces, and federal governments seems to be getting better and better between all of our agencies. That I know within our department and working within Alberta, we can often pick up the phone to quickly talk about someone. At the same time, we're talking about new innovations and a company and how do we solve a challenge. And, it's been a great 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. And Sheila, anything to add? What do you see? How do we need to keep evolving and changing our mindsets into the future to keep up with the opportunities and the risks?
I think my fellow panelists have pretty much covered all the major themes and have done a great job of explaining it. But it is a great question, and it's one that we think about a lot. And I think, as innovation supporters, like we all are, we need to just maintain a continual emphasis on foresight and just never stop assessing where the trends are and where they're going to take us and how we can respond and how we can assist. So But I think that we need to start doing this more frequently and on shorter time horizons. To Carla's point that things change so quickly, we need to be able to adapt. So I think one key mindset that we need going forward is an understanding of really how much faster everything moves now. We have ready access to information about what's happening all over the world. The speed of information transfer, it's crazy. Our overall connectivity has increased 100,000-fold. But that has, sort of to Carla's point, I think that has changed the expectation on how quickly entrepreneurs should adapt and how quickly institutions should adapt and react to situations, including government. So, if you look at COVID, we demonstrated through the pandemic that we can be responsive, and I think the expectation of that has continued, and we need to sustain the pace and speed at which we pivot and respond to the changing needs. And I also think one other thing, and I don't know exactly where to go with this, but I also think that because the economic changes happen so quickly right now, this thought of an idea of a 5 to 10 year economic outlook or development plan, it's really no longer relevant. The planning cycles are shortened, time horizons are shortened, and we just need this mindset of continual iteration to meet changing needs, both as institutions and as innovation supporters and as entrepreneurs as well.
Sheila, that gives me a really nice segue into a question that I'm burning to ask as an organizational psychologist. A very individual question. You're thinking about ecosystems and you're thinking about entrepreneurs and different levels of partnership. How do you keep your own innovative mindset, your personal mindset sharp? What do you do on a daily or a weekly or a monthly basis to keep up with this ever-increasing pace of change?
Well, first, I'm going to go on my one of my favorite things I get to do in my job, and I think it's what helps us keep our innovation mindset going, is there's such amazing companies and ideas and development that's happening in Alberta, and we don't hear about it. And so I get to get on a phone call almost every day with a company that blows my mind. That sometimes you come out and you're just like, we can solve the world's problems. Like how can we help you? So that does it. And I mean, like everyone, you read a bit and you watch the news, and BNN's on our house way too often. But I love that first talk this morning about play. And I would say that is how I always like to think and get into that innovation mindset for myself. Sometimes I get asked, who's the 2-year-old? Is it, my niece or me? And it's a 50-50.
I love that, Carla. Thank you. Doug, how do you keep your own personal mindset innovative and flexible to keep dealing with all of this change and changing landscape?
Well, I think it starts with your perspective, and you have to carry the perspective of being a constant learner. And you've never got to figure it out, and there's never an end point. And then to Carla's point about being out and being customer facing, absolutely. You've got to be with customers and clients and talking to them. I was with Summit Nanotech last week. They have a lithium extraction technology that is, it's just mind-blowing how great it is. And I think they could well be a unicorn in the coming years. So it's things like that. But I left that office and I was like, holy moly, that's impressive. And but beyond that, it's there's professional publications. CB Insights is a great place to go. Lux Research is a great place to be. And then there's Wired Magazine and stuff like that. Those are all great. So it's a variety of sources, both primary and secondary.
Thank you, Doug. Quick lightning round. Let's ask Jennifer. Jennifer, how do you keep your innovation mindset sharp?
Sure. On the daily, I am signed up for probably far too many listservs and newsletters, but I do scan a lot of headlines and listen to a wide variety of audiobooks and podcasts. I most recently was listening to an audiobook called The Immortal King Rao, so fiction and nonfiction. But I think on the longer time scale, it's really trying to be wherever I go. So I like to travel and absorb just new cultures and be open.
Thank you for sharing the thought and for the resource that people can go and look for themselves. Sheila, how do you keep your innovation mindset sharp?
Well, very similar to everybody else. I definitely have too many of those daily emails coming in and trying to keep up with them. But as you know, in addition to the continual education theme, I think I try to be mindful of exposing myself to a variety of mindsets. It's so easy to surround yourself with people that think like you do, and that's probably the most damaging thing you could do for an innovation mindset. You need new ideas and you need to be challenged in order to create. And I know that I do that in person in my role and in my private life as well. So I think that's probably the key. I do interact with various elements of the ecosystem, so I get to benefit from their knowledge and their perspective, which I cherish and value every day. And I kind of have the best job in the world. So thanks.
Thank you, Sheila. And I'll make room for one quick question from the audience, and I'll pose that to Sheila and to Carla. Very quickly, how do you build functioning partnerships across different levels of government? What are one or two key things people can keep in mind?
I would say that it's a partnership, right? So let people in government know what you're doing. We're government. We all know that we can't write you a check overnight. That's not a secret to us. And so let us know 6 months in advance before you need that funding. Get on the call. Let's go for a coffee.
Great, thank you. And Sheila, a last thought on successfully building partnerships across different levels of government.
So absolutely with Carla, in terms of client interaction, just reach out and we love to have that open dialogue. With our partners across the provincial and municipal governments, we have a great working relationship, and I'd say that we meet very regularly to ensure that we are supporting the ecosystem in the most cohesive way. And that we are feeling, that we are identifying the right gaps, and we are, filling the right gaps as a cohesive system.
Sheila, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Jennifer, for joining us. Thank you for closing us out with a wonderful session on mindset. And I'll hand back over to Stacey.
Thanks so much, Jasper. Now is the time everyone has been waiting for. Well, besides all of the brilliant, inspiring speakers we've heard over the last 4 days, this is prize time. So we're giving away right now our grand prize, a 2-night stay at the Residence Inn Calgary Marriott Plus. And you get 2 tickets to Inventures 2023 in total, a value of $1,500. And if I can get some drum roll, the winner is Eva Borsato from FutureSight. So congratulations, Eva, and we'll see you next year in Calgary. Before we break for lunch, I would like to welcome Laura Kilcrease. She's the CEO of Alberta Innovates. Since 2017, Laura has steered Alberta Innovates' restructuring and spearheaded assessment of programs with always an eye to the future. Hi, Laura.
Hi. Well, it's lovely to be with you all today. One of Alberta Innovate's focus areas is around entrepreneurial development and investment. And we provide programs, networks, connections to entrepreneurs and startups to commercialize their innovations and, more importantly, to scale their businesses. To put it another way, we help with coaching, community, customers, and capital. Key elements of building successful businesses. And that's why we put so much effort into turning entrepreneurial development into economic output, GDP by another name. We want to see startups turn into scale-ups. Even though 40% of Alberta tech companies have annual revenues exceeding $1 million, we want to see those numbers go way, way up. I'm sorry, guys, I like the big numbers at the front and the lots of zeros afterwards. What do I mean? We're aiming for companies that can reasonably get to at least $100 million in valuation within a reasonable time frame. And we know that's not easy. That's why we introduced our Scale Up and Growth Accelerator program to attract global firms, technologies, and investments to Alberta and create opportunities and learnings for entrepreneurs, indeed, to grow their own businesses with those tools. I want to see the innovation ecosystem away from a one and done mentality to much more of a continuous mindset. You know, the one and done is transactional. What we need to do is build equity and value. And to do that, we need all parts of the ecosystem contributing and focusing on that future growth. Success comes not by doing it alone. It's true for people, it's true for industries, and it's true for ecosystems. We need to do it together. Coaching, mentoring, connections, and community all help businesses move forward. And over the last 4 days, you have heard from about a roadmap for growth that bridges that scale-up gap. We hope that you've been able to use the impact set, the team set, the tool set, and the mindset concepts to support company growth in your ecosystem. You've heard from both Alberta-based and international presenters on panels, masterclasses, saw some great performances of individuals sharing really hard-learned knowledge. And maybe some of you have even won a book or a prize, as we recently, you just gave the major prize. But most importantly, we hope you learn something that you can take back to your ecosystem. I will deem this worth the time and expenditures that we've all put into us, and that's your time too, if you take away at least one thing from these sessions. Because one thing more to improve your business, one more network connection, one more customer that may turn into it, one more how to get capital lead will all be important for you. You know, as Rolly said at the beginning of this forum, Alberta Innovates is on a learning journey to support entrepreneurs to achieve their highest growth potential. Because if we can do that, the benefits that come back to your local and our global ecosystems are boundless. We started the conversation with let's keep it going. We reached out, you reached out to us with dialogue. We shared and partnered to join with us in our Inventures Unbound these sessions, but also we want you to join us for our Inventures conference on May 31st to June 2nd, 2023. So if you want to turn some of what you've learned into action between now and then, we'll be ecstatic. If you want to wait till then and turn it into action amongst a few thousand of your compatriots and capital sources and other of the 4C connections, please do so. But I want to personally thank all of our inspiring presenters from across the world. And thanks to all of you for making the commitment to dial in over the last 4 days. So come, learn, grow, and do it in Alberta anytime you want. I welcome you all here. And I look forward to personally seeing you over the next few months, or if not then, when we're at Inventures in 2023 in Calgary. See you soon, wishing you much success, and have a great holiday season.
Thanks so much, Laura. Personally, I think I've lost count on how many takeaways I have from the last 4 days. And the learning is not done yet. So we do want to give you a reminder that coming up this afternoon, we're going to have a masterclass about creating an investment thesis. It is important in getting the right kind of investor and founder to match up with. We're going to learn how to craft a clear and powerful thesis. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, to the last master class of this event. An investment thesis is important in getting the right kind of investors and founders to match up with. It is a key roadmap. Robert Nivert can help us with that. He is a venture partner with 500 Global, also the CEO of IONOBEL. He has a lot of expertise, having held leadership positions in products, marketing, and operations. Take it away, Robert.
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I want to make sure everybody can hear me, and welcome. I'm going to do a quick introduction and then I'll go ahead and bring up my slides. So first of all, when most people look at your investment thesis, they don't think, oh, it won't have that big an effect on my return or my ability to raise funds, but actually it does. So my name is Robert Nivert, and as I think was mentioned, I've been through about 9 companies and 4 exits. And I spent about the last 9 years doing investment with 500 Global. And the last few years, I've been going around the world trying to help investors and angel investors drive their return to build sustainable funds. and also to help them attract more capital to get better investments. And that really helps you be more successful. So what I'm hoping to accomplish today is really spending some time to help you understand why your thesis can drive a better return, but also how it drives improved and increased investments in your funds, because it allows LPs to communicate with you. Throughout this session, you can ask questions, and we'll go ahead and roll those up. And after each section, I'll pause and I'll try to answer any given questions that you might have. So I'm going to start by go ahead and sharing my screen, and hopefully all this will work successfully. Every now and then there's some challenges, but hopefully you should see a presentation coming up. So let's get started then. So I'm going to break this discussion into two sections. The first one is I'm going to talk a little about your thesis and how it influences who applies to you and how you evaluate startups. The second part we're going to spend a little bit of time about how that influences LPs and how they can or can't invest in you. Sometimes setting up a thesis can effectively prevent large organizations from investing in you, which can be a shame, because you really do need some of these larger keystone investors to come into a fund to make it successful. So we're going to start with this first section. We're going to talk about how thesis drives it, and then we're going to move on to how it influences the LPs and other investments. Okay. To do this, I'm going to break it into two areas. The first one is external and one is internal. If you think about your thesis, external is sort of your marketing statement. This is what you're telling the world. This is what you put on your website. This is the thing you submit to the events and other things that you do. This is how you message. And it is key because you don't control this. This is what the world sees. And it's a lot of what startups or events or others will perceive you as and decide to reach out to communicate. So effectively, it is the first filter for startups to use to decide if they want to contact you. So it is very much a marketing position. And most people that I deal with when I travel around the world training investors, they get this part. What I do want to point out, though, is that same external message is also used by LPs or investors to decide if they can invest in you. We'll get more on that in a little bit, but that's the external thesis. The second one is your internal thesis. This is very different. This is the criteria you use to evaluate startups. One of the biggest challenges you have as an investor is that all these startups, they give you unstructured information, whether it's the team size or the revenue or the growth rate. It's actually really hard to compare and make good, consistent decisions. It's even hard to discuss among partners how you decide which one's better. Ultimately, investing and getting a high return is about picking great companies. And that's a whole nother discussion as to why that works that way. But what's really important is that your internal thesis forms a structure by which you evaluate all the companies to allow you to consistently evaluate companies over a period of time and across different areas and make better decisions. So your internal is a much more complex list. For example, 500 uses things like how big the team is and who's on that team. We use things like growth rates and revenues, as well as the country of origin, all in our internal. That isn't something we put on our website necessarily, but definitely is used in our internal thesis to decide how we choose to proceed and how we make decisions. And lastly, this allows us to turn unstructured data, which is all those presentations and talks, into structured data in an internal system, allowing us to consistently make decisions over a period of time by looking back at the data from our previous ones. So let's start off by talking about the external, and then we're going to work our way towards the internal. I encourage you to think about the external one as a simple statement, 1 to 3 sentences, easy to understand, of which allows startups that you want to apply to you, but also to eliminate startups you don't want to apply to you. If it is too broad, if you simply say investing in great talent, the problem with this is you get an overwhelmingly large number of applicants of which are unsuitable for you. The idea of this external statement is to allow a passive filter to eliminate a large number of applicants or events or other things to save you time, which would be wasted time, by positioning yourself carefully in the area at which the outsiders perceive you are interested in. So that's really what you want to do with this external. And that's the side as far as working with startups. That same thing will apply to the investors as well. We'll cover that later. But you want to look for something simple, something that eliminates a large number of irrelevant applications or invites or information that allow you to focus down so that anything you do get generally will apply and you can move forward with. In addition, I want to make an interesting point. Successful investors build up capacity or expertise in specific areas, whether that's fintech or agriculture or crypto. If you try to do everything, you tend not to be able to build up enough knowledge in the area or enough expertise or networks to enhance the companies you invest in. And there's a tendency, especially if you invest too broadly, that is to say, if your external thesis is so broad that you cannot really evaluate the companies well, you will actually tend to invest in poorer companies. This is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You don't really know a lot, and therefore you don't know what questions to ask that particular startup, and therefore it's actually really hard for you to find the flaws. So if you are really broad and your external message is too broad, you will tend to look at companies outside your expertise and they'll look better than companies in your expertise simply because you don't know what's wrong with them. And that's a real problem. So we encourage you to think about that external, to bring it down just enough so you get enough deal flow where it's specific enough, where you can build expertise, but not so low that you get almost no deal flow or events. So that's really the external. Let's do some examples together and see if I can't explain some ideas. So here's a simple one. We invest in immigrant-founded startups at the earliest stages that are bringing together immigration and venture capital from day zero. Now, this one clearly denotes that they're an early stage investor. So that's really eliminating any sort of later stages. It's clearly saying that it's immigrant-founded startups. That eliminates, again, a large number. So this really, when they get a large number of applicants, they're in the same area that they're interested in. But think about this way. This could be hardware or software. So they're actually going to lack technical expertise in some cases. They're going to need to augment this if they use this as an external thesis statement with a broad range of people to evaluate the companies, or they're going to do what 500 does, which is they can use revenue or growth rates to approximate product market fit in order to compensate for the fact that they're investing fairly broadly. But nonetheless, this gives a clear indication. The second thing this will do, and we'll mention this as we get to LPs, an LP has a clear idea where you're investing as well. And if they have a mandate to say invest, or they have a thesis, that is to say the LPs have a thesis that says immigrant founders return better returns, then this allows them to invest in you because their thesis will align with yours. That's a fairly rare thesis, immigrant founded startups. So I wanted to bring this up as a rarity. This really is a sort of a niche position. Oftentimes this sort of positioning or external is done by someone who's really on a, shall we say, a little more famous. It's a little harder to do this one as your first time fund thesis. Here's a different example. We invest in fintech startups that focus on emerging market consumers, the unbanked, with limited access to traditional banks. Now this one, they're focused on a thesis idea that is published out there that says there's this huge number of unbanked people and it's this huge market opportunity. They're basically taking advantage of what they perceive as a trend in the market in order to attract LPs to invest in them to take advantage of that trend. And assuming they have some expertise to find these companies, they're going to try to access this area of expertise, fintech, and build up expertise in that area. So this one can work very well. This can attract particular types of LPs, but whoever does this one would have to know that LPs agree with this basic foundational element, this basic foundational statement that says this unbanked is a huge opportunity for the future of fintech. Okay. Let's work on one more example. The third one is we invest in Blacks in Latinx markets which represents 30 or more percent of the US consumers, X% in buying power. I want to mark this one as both good and bad. So the first part, Black and Latinx market, is actually fairly strong in the US because there are many LPs who are trying to invest in that market. That is, they have a mandate to try to invest in that market. So this immediately qualifies this fund for those LPs, which can be a tremendous advantage. In addition, those entrepreneurs in this area feel that they have a hard time working with many other funds and are looking for an alternative fund. So they can sometimes attract very senior people in this area to work with their fund that otherwise might not. So in this way, this can be a very good positioning, assuming they can attract the capital, assuming they can get to this market. That is to say, they know how to attract Black and Latinx founders. The 30% statement is not good. Generally, you don't want to try to educate people with your thesis statement. Realistically, people have the opinion or they don't. You're not going to be able to educate them with it. It's not useful space, as it were. You can, but I would encourage in this case to say if they're investing in this market to state where, seed early. So they say invest early in something, give us a little bit more, because clearly this is awfully broad. It's both, it could be software, it could be hardware, it could be early, it could be late. This is a little broad, so they can end up with a lot of applicants that really aren't suitable for their fund. Okay. So now that we've walked through at least a few examples, we're going to do a little bit of an exercise, and I'm going to open it up for very quickly for any questions that people might have who want to ask about how you do an external thesis statement. So we're going to take just a few minutes, and you can go ahead and bring up questions. For those of you who aren't interested in the question, I want you to think about your current external thesis statement. Does it attract the people you want to invest in? And if you were an LP reading it, would it help you to better decide to invest in this fund versus any other fund? And that's really a key thing we're going to talk about in a few minutes. LPs are faced with this enormous decision of which fund. They sometimes receive hundreds of people approaching them to receive funding, and they're all the same. They're all generic, SaaS software in the seed stage or something of that nature. So they're going to need to decide which one. So think a little bit about your external of how that may help you to either get LP or the right deal flow. I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions before I proceed. If they are, I think the moderator, if you want to type it into the chat, I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time. If not, I'll go ahead and proceed on to the next step in about 15 seconds. Okay. Okay, I see there are a little bit. Sean asked, which thesis, internal, external, do you find people spend too much time on, and which ones do they typically neglect? So what normally happens is the external one people are sort of used to, but they don't spend much time refining it. My basic statement goes this way. Normally, when you start a fund, you have a fairly good idea what your external is. So you usually don't spend a lot of time on it. You just refine it a little bit. However, at the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk about how to refine it for LP. That is worth your time. That is, refining it for the startups, not a big deal. When we get to the end, I'm going to talk about how you talk to an LP and specifically changing the language in the external to match up to the way LPs invest is incredibly important for early funds. So I'd say, which one do people spend too much time on? I'd say a lot of people spend all this time on external for startups, but actually startups are really, it just has to be crudely there. LPs are more picky about it. And which one are they going to neglect? Internal, generally, most do not spend enough time on the internal. They do it very quickly. And as we talk about that section, I'll explain what that means. There's a question from Rachel asked, what are the worst jargon words? Oh my. That is a great question. I will rant on that, but promise only for 10 seconds here. Buzzwords, really, they're not that useful, especially for external. Convey the information effectively. Nobody really cares that you can string together buzzwords like synergistic, crypto for overdoing fintech for global economy. Nobody cares. It doesn't say anything. One of the tests we do in the training class for VCs is I ask you to reverse your thesis statement and see if it makes sense. For example, if your thesis statement is we invest in great people, I ask you to reverse it. We invest in terrible people. Well, that makes no sense. What this means is your original thesis adds no value to the reader. It adds no information. What is important is you're not really looking for jargon here. You're looking for the person to look at it and know if they should or should not engage with you. It's a filter to save you time. Now, for various reasons, there's a small amount of jargon that go there. Like if you're in the crypto space, you almost always have to put something with crypto. Otherwise, people don't know to apply to you. So a small amount is normally necessary, but she's trying to avoid these long, I'll use the term McKinsey phrases that are big, long, lots of explain, and at the end, there's no real information, okay? Any other last questions? If not, we'll move on to the next section of internal. All right, I'll go ahead and proceed. I can always swing back. An internal one is actually quite a bit different. This is what you use as people apply to you, as companies come in, for you to transfer that unstructured data to structured information. It's built to help you make decisions. So what you're going to do is write a list of criteria of who you really want to invest in and what that criteria is and how important it is. For example, 500 on teams. We stipulate that a solo founder is a very high risk. Therefore, for us, our internal thesis statement is 2 to 5 team members, not more than 5, of which must be at least one must be from technical discipline, one must be from business discipline. We chose that because over a period of time, we noticed that they had much higher success rates if that were true. So we built it into our internal thesis to add these sort of decision criteria. Now, if you apply to us online, you'll notice there are questions they're asking about the team that specifically align with our data, our collection, and what we've noticed gets high returns and what has higher failure rates. So the internal is a way in which you develop your decision criteria to transfer all the information about a startup in order to create a structure to allow you to evaluate different companies over a different period of time. It is generally not shared, it's generally kept internal. At 500, we break this into 12 categories: team, marketing, traction, product execution, market, finance, competition, technology, legal, overall, and of course, values. Let's do some examples. One of the things I just mentioned was about teams. I'm going to mention traction. We invest in companies that have at least $300,000 to $500,000 in revenue, with at least 2 to 3 customers, with at least 1 renewal. Why? Because that tells us a lot about product market fit. Turns out the highest failure rates for startups has to do with product market fit failures. So we actually focus our thesis, our internal thesis, on eliminating companies that have high failure rates, no product market fit. Therefore, we can increase our yield, increase our chance of having higher returns by placing this into our internal thesis statement. This is also matched by the fact that we're a broad investor. So we can't evaluate the technologies of every company. So instead, we use the customer or traction to estimate product market fit and to estimate value of the technology. This eliminates huge cost structures for us of having to actually evaluate technology, because we allow the customers, the buyers, to do the evaluation, and we simply talk to the customers, the experts there. So this internal thesis is how we form our decision-making criteria, which allows us to compare companies easily over a period of time and effectively. We break it into these different categories and we track this. So almost every applicant that comes in, we sort of fill in the information in these categories. So over a period of time, when we see the winners and the losers, and more importantly, the companies we rejected that were successful, we can continue to alter our internal thesis to improve it and improve it and improve it, driving better and better results over a period of time by addressing this structurally with metrics. Just sort of what you sort of heard this week from a few other speakers as well. Okay, so that's the internal thesis. I'm now going to pause again and see if you have any additional questions about internal theses that you'd like to know. And for those of you who aren't interested in the question, I want you to think about what are the criteria you use for decision making. How do you compare different companies? Say, if they have a really good team versus revenue, how do you actually compare those? How do you make a decision between them? If you fail to do this in a consistent way, you will ultimately be making randomish decisions. More likely, you will make investments in companies you know very little about, because those are the ones that are because it's so easy for you not to know the flaws, or the people that are really good presenters. Think Theranos. Really good presenter, not a lot underneath. That's why a lot of healthcare investors didn't go in on it. Let's see what we've got for questions here. Simon asked, how do you keep your thesis current in emerging opportunities? Great question. The internal and external thesis for us, we actually, because it's fairly straightforward for us in many ways, we'll slowly keep updating it, especially the internal one. We actually just keep a sheet. It's basically a Word document with a bunch of this information. And we sort of say, here's our rules, here's our collection, here's our thing. That's pretty easy. Every few weeks, we can easily get together and just update that without a problem. The external one's a little trickier because you are positioning with it, but you'll find because it's a little broader, you don't have to alter it that often. The internal one, however, we alter constantly as we learn. Just in the last few months, the market has dramatically shifted. We changed a huge amount of criteria. Previously, last year, the ability to fundraise was not considered a tier 1 criteria, a most important. This year it is. If the company cannot demonstrate the ability to fundraise, we can't fund them, because we know that it's so much harder now. So absolutely, how do we keep it consistent? We have a sort of a regularly scheduled check-in on them. And that keeps it, especially for the internal, keeps going. The external is fairly rare. That's a little bit more. We only do that every few months, realistically. Bethany asks, what's 500's internal external thesis and how has it changed recently? Actually, I just started to answer that question a little bit. The example, of course, has been how funding has changed it. We've also, for example, cryptocurrency has changed a lot in terms of risk profiles. So we've added a lot more, shall we say, risk reducing questions to any crypto or fintech company in that space. For example, there's been a bigger shift to climate tech. So we now have started to overweight, meaning we now consider the climate tech market more valuable. So that has increased in weight or value. A climate tech company now is more likely to get funding than it did in the past, and a crypto company is less likely. So I can't tell you the exact math, but here's the easiest way to think about it. If you keep a general sheet and keep a general list of what you consider criteria, just score 1, 2, 3. 1 is absolutely critical. 2 is, this is pretty important. 3 is, well, it should be considered, but it's not critical. And keep an eye on it. Don't try to get too accurate. You can't. But generally have an idea of certain things as they shift in importance. The last thing is PitchBook, Crunchbase, and the rest publish information about the reasons startups fail. They publish a chart that says, here are the top 5 reasons they fail, or the top 5 things that succeeded. Those are super useful. We use those every year to alter our charts. The top failure rates always get worked into our questions, okay, for both internal and external. Dennis asks, well, the top 3 mistakes people make with their first draft investment thesis. Too broad, actually, Dennis. So when I work mostly around the world, the most common problem I run into is they give really broad. They say, we invest in great people. The problem is LPs can't use that. They can't invest in that, especially if you're not famous or any reason. So they end up with these great broad things. They get lots and lots of applicants. They have no real ability to filter through them, so they just start ignoring them. And LPs can't invest in them because it doesn't target anything. So too broad is the most common mistake I see. The second one is they don't develop an internal thesis. They basically ad hoc. Each decision is basically based on how great the company interviewed. They don't have a way to compare an investment today versus one they got from 4 months ago. They're not converting the unstructured data to structured data, so they don't have a real way to compare them easily. They just have to sort of remember, and that doesn't work very well. Take notes. Every time you interview, you should have a series of notes and information that you record that allow you to compare companies across time, and that should help with that. So too broad is one of the first ones. Not actually having structured or a rubric for the internal is probably one of the second ones. The next question, what are some important things to include in the winning formula when writing an internal thesis? The top things for an internal thesis are to know why companies fail and why they succeed. If you know those primary reasons, you need to build more time and effort into them. For example, the top failure rate last year, I haven't seen the one for the last 6 months, but about 9 months ago, the data was product market fit was the single largest, ability to raise cash was the second. So therefore, those became the top 2 ones in 500s. Look at why companies are succeeding and failing and build that into your criteria. The second thing you need to do is about your superpower. If you have a great ability to do marketing, you can invest in company with bad marketing and fix it if you want. So keep track of how your superpower affects your thesis statement, because it does. 500 has huge amounts of support for growth hacking all over the world. So they don't have to come in with great growth hacking. They have to come in with an open mind, but not great growth hacking, because we have that and we address that. That gives us opportunities to invest in companies that others cannot. So the winning formula is about match to your superpower, knowing why companies fail, and knowing what drives the key wins in your sector or area, and building that into your structured question. And the last one I'm going to add is, this is a little tricky. We're all human. We tend to make human decisions. I'm not saying be a robot and just go with scores here, but really be careful that a great presenter doesn't make you ignore red flags. I cannot tell you how many times early investors just get impressed by someone who's just a really good bullshit artist. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that word, are really good at faking it and making things up. And everybody's so excited, but they don't look at the factual information underneath it. Be aware that you have to love something to invest in it, but it also has to have basic structural components that work. You can't just invest for love. You've got to have real reasons why and how that's going to work out. If it's a terrible market, it's a terrible market. And lastly, I'll give you one last thing. Teams are more important than products. A great team will adapt the product. In my, 30 years of doing this, almost never have I seen the first product be the successful product in the end. It always changes, things happen, but the team, if they're good, will adapt. So don't worry too much about the product. Spend a lot more time on things like team and their ability to raise money, their ability to function, their ability to adapt, their ability to listen, their skill sets, and less about the exact thing the company has, especially if you're in seed round investing. Okay. If there's any last questions, if not, I'm going to move on to the next section here. Okay. Let's talk a little bit now about how this you and your LP. One of the things that most people forget is that LPs are sort of like you in some ways. They are looking at these investment funds and they have to meet their criteria and fit their thesis. For example, they might have a criteria they can only invest in Canadian companies, or they can only invest in Canadian funds. So if you're a global fund, it makes it hard for them to put money in you. Almost all of them will have criteria. Well, we want to have at least 10% allocation for investing in women, or we want a 40% allocation for agriculture, or almost all the funds have these types of criteria. One of the biggest mistakes I find is that people form their fund. They write a thesis, they go out and they start pitching LPs, and it's not a match, meaning the LPs are orthogonal or don't quite match up. It makes it hard for them to invest in you. I would strongly discourage that behavior. Instead, I would recommend you do it differently. Before you form your fund, before you write all this work up, before you start telling everyone you're going to invest in their companies, call a bunch of the LPs that you think are valid and ask them how and what they invest in, what their theses look like, how they evaluate risk, what are they looking for, and understand what those criteria are, because you might find you have to hire a different partner to work in the fund. You might find instead of saying fintech, that you use a different terminology that's better fitted for how they invest, especially in early funds. A significant portion of your thesis is driven by your ability to have LPs invest in you. So the very first round of thesis statements are oftentimes driven by how the LPs will see the world and invest. If there's lots of LPs out there who are looking to invest in the next generation agriculture, maybe you're not an expert in agriculture, but maybe you can bring on a partner with agriculture, and maybe you can attract a lot more from that. However it is, understand that in the beginning, when I work with a lot of these early funds, the LP, or ability to raise money, actually takes precedent over the thesis for the startups, because we have to form it so they can bring in money. And to do that, we do lots of interviews with LPs first. We gather all the information of what they're looking for and how they think about it, and then restructure a lot of the thesis based on that. And then find that we can adapt the one for the startup more easily and attract deal flow. Because once we can get the funding, it's a lot easier to drive the second part to this. So my statement to all of you is to think carefully that the thesis really determines a lot of who can invest in you. So before you write a thesis, go out and figure out who can invest in you. And that's the last part of our exercise. I'll also open it to questions, but I want you to think about how are you structured to get investment? Who can invest in you? If it's not a match, how could you alter it? For example, here in the United States, almost all funds have a bunch of allocations for ESG now. And if you can check that box, they can invest in you. They can invest not even a large check, but a moderate check in you, just because you check that box for them. And they need to check that box. Since a lot of funds don't, by checking it, you can attract funds you can't otherwise. Okay. I see there are some questions, so I'm going to address some more of these questions here. Michael asked, how do you incorporate social impact investing in your thesis? It depends what you're looking for in that. So I'm going to open that up with this. If you want to make a social impact, you can add it to your internal, but you can also add it to your external. Let's give an example. Before I mentioned about the immigrant one, if that's my social impact is by allowing immigrants to start companies, you can see it clearly in the external. The challenge is you have to make sure that the social impact aligns with the LP ability to invest. The one about immigrants is actually harder for LPs to invest under. For the Black and Latinx is easier because many funds have an allocation for that specific category. So you absolutely can put it in your external, you absolutely can put it in your internal. However, for many of the early people who start funds, it influences what events they go to and where they do their marketing. For example, if I want to drive social impact like climate or carbon capture, I'm going to attend those events. I'm going to add climate tech to my external statement and drive that in that way. So realistically, it does influence on several areas. I see there are several questions, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll up and catch some of the other ones. If we avoid complex ideas, are we excluding breakthrough technology, especially in AI? No. Let me answer that way. You can say in your external thesis statement, we invest in groundbreaking AI. Do you need the word groundbreaking? Probably not. We invest in AI, because groundbreaking is sort of obvious, right? So absolutely. The question I have to you, though, is if you put groundbreaking or amazing or only new tech, it doesn't really help because everybody thinks they're that. So you don't get to control how people perceive it. So putting those adjectives and those big words actually don't change anything. You can simply say, we're investing in Canadian AIs looking to revolutionize agriculture or whatever that is. And that will work. That's descriptive. That tells them clearly where you are. It's usually the adjectives and adverbs that get kind of carried away. Okay. Fred asks, love the way you zoom in on metrics that matter. Could you expand on the key metrics that drive VC decisions? Okay, I think the question is decisions to invest in a startup, or I think that's what the question is. So I'm going to answer it that way. Fred, if I missed your question, just resubmit a new question if I got it wrong. I will tell you the primary characteristics that we use, the top level ones we use today when we evaluate. The first thing when people apply to us is it has to be VC fundable, which means it has to be a corporation that we can invest in, a US or Delaware or something of that nature. That's the first one. The second one is it has to be in a market which has exponential growth, which means it can't be something that takes more than 7 to 10 years to get to an exit. There are markets that take more than 10. We just can't invest in them. That actually excludes some big, deep tech, but that's just not a fit for our fund. So we exclude that. So our metric is the market has to have an average exit time of about 6 or 7 years for us to touch it. The next thing we actually look at is the team 2 to 5 experience in multiple areas. That's your criteria. Won't go too much into that metric. That's kind of obvious. Next one is actually revenue and growth rate. 15% or higher month-over-month growth rate, 300,000 minimum revenue annualized, and they must have a retention rate of 90% at all possible to measure. That's that, and we're using that to look for that growth that eliminates our product market fit. Those are some examples. I can't run you through all of them. Those are some of our top ones that we use for most of our areas. There is a subtle one that we don't usually publicly talk about. We evaluate the person a lot to see if they can work and learn. We will give them feedback and we'll see if they incorporate it in the second round. That's actually really important to us because we have found that the fast learners are dramatically more likely to succeed. So I hope I answered that question, what you're looking for there, Fred. If not, resubmit your question and I'll try to get back to it. Lan, would you advise funds, accelerators to make different theses for founders and LPs if you're fundraising as a fund? Yes, advanced concept. The external one you can't control, it's on your website. It's a little bit broader. When you go to meet with an LP, they'll oftentimes present the more detailed version of it. So yes, especially when you're early, let's say LPs really believe this thesis that electrification is taking over the world. Now, you need to be, for reasons for your fund, you might be a little broader in your external. You might say like the new electrical economy or climate tech, or a little bit broader. And when you meet with your LPs, you might say 80% of our investment will be in electrification, 20% in everything else to do with climate tech. That allows you to zoom in because if the LPs believe the electrification part, that'll make it much easier for them to invest in you. But you have the 20% give in case you don't have the right deal flow or you can't get in, you still can manage to get the deals done. So absolutely, you push a little bit broader on the external statement. And when you meet with the LPs, you define it by telling them the categories or the breakdowns at which you expect to invest in. Totally acceptable, done all the time. Okay. Stacy is for wrap up whenever you are finished. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Wasn't supposed to read that one out loud. I have one more question here, and then I'll turn it over to them. Do you customize your core thesis when you look at newer other jurisdictions? Yes. When 500 goes to Africa, we absolutely have a different thesis. The environment is different, success rates are different, companies are different, infrastructure is different. Absolutely. You've got to pay attention to what's there. I'll give a trivial example. In the United States, almost everyone has a bank account, a credit card. In Africa, they don't. If you're investing in fintech in the United States and you take that thesis to Africa, it's never going to work. That really, you're not going to get LPs. It could be a total mess. Absolutely, you need to reevaluate by jurisdiction, and it does change. I don't know if that's like in the United States, state by state isn't probably that different, but absolutely, if you're going, say, from Canada to Latin America, absolutely, you're going to need to make those changes. Okay, 100% on Fred's question. Good. Okay, then I'm going to wrap up with this statement. When I first started this, I made an interesting thing that said, your thesis can drive your return and help you get more LP. I'm going to walk back and explain that. Now that you've seen what I've talked about, your thesis determines a lot, your external one, on what applications you get in the events you talk at. The idea here is not to waste your time by having lots and lots of garbage come into you. So consider that external one as a filter to avoid wasting your time on things you're never going to invest in. Saving your time to spend lots more time as the companies come in, so you can spend more time evaluating them, asking careful questions. And that's where the internal comes in, where you have more time to ask lots of questions about the things that drive success or failure or meet your criteria more carefully. You'll spend more time on those later stage interviews this way, because you'll have less junk to deal with. This allows you to get a better return, especially because you'll invest more in your area of expertise. You'll build expertise in that space, you'll build network in that space, but most of all, you'll be able to carefully identify better and worse in that space, because you'll see dozens of companies that are similar, allowing you a much better evaluation of taking that unstructured data, making it structured, and comparing it. And that should really help you eliminate a bunch of the very poor investments, to people that just present really well, but actually have nothing for a company. And lastly, I talked about how it influences LPs. LPs have incredibly specific criteria when they go to invest. They have hundreds of people applying for their money. They're looking for each of you to fit a niche, a specific thing. ESG criteria, investing in African Americans, investing in agriculture, or they have a thesis statement. They think electrification is the future. They think climate tech is the future. The more you fit with the way the LPs see the world, the easier it is for you to fundraise. So you're going to have to match that into your thesis, which allows you to more effectively fundraise to them. And that allows you much more quicker, especially if you're not famous. It's really hard those first few funds. So alignment with the visions of how the investors see the world makes it a lot easier for you to fundraise. And I hope with this information, you're much more successful at evaluating companies, getting high returns, and getting the investment dollars you need. And that's really the end of my session today. And I'm going to turn it back over to the team to see if they have any closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Robert. That was fantastic. I appreciate you being the last master class of this fabulous event. Appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you so much.
So to close out the last 4 days, hopefully your mind is racing and there's goosebumps on your arms, excited to put everything that you've learned into action. To close out this fabulous 4 days of learning, here is Risa John and Dr. Catherine Graham from Alberta Innovates.
Thanks to you so much, Stacey. So we hope you've enjoyed our learning journey. We went through impact set and team set and tool set and mindset today. As Laura said earlier before lunch, if you walk away having learned one thing that you can bring back to your ecosystem or community, then this has been a success.
Okay, so just want to say a big thank you. As we all know, if you put on these events behind the scenes, there's a village that takes to put on this. So just a few shout outs to Super Stacey, Marlene, Jasper, Samira, Shane and Paul, and Infinite Events here at the studio. And then just lastly, as Risa was talking about these sets, it takes heart and mind, and really impressed with the local musicians, Daryl the dancer, and DJ Mintu. Big shout out for bringing the heart and the mind together. Thank you.
And so come and join us May 31st to June 2nd at our in-person conference Adventures. We will see you there. And that's a wrap, my friends.